Hello. Good morning. Welcome to everyone. Thank you for coming to this first Mental Health Investment Forum. My name is Josep Maria Haro, and I'm the coordinator of the TECSAM network, who is organizing this event together with BHV Partners and Ara Capital. Thanks to our colleagues that have helped the organization of this event. We are very happy to be here with you, and hopefully we'll be obtaining many changes and many results out of this meeting. I'll be very short because you have not come here to hear me, so I just will welcome and invite Laia Arnal, who is Director of Transference and Knowledge Society of the Department of Universities and Research of the Generalitat de Catalunya. My memory is always very bad, so to give the inaugural speech. Thank you, Laia. The floor is yours.
Well, good morning. Yes, I'm Laia Arnal. I'm the General Director of Knowledge Transfer and Knowledge Society. It's never easy. Thank you very much. Well, I'm coming from the Generalitat de Catalunya, representing today the Department of Research and Universities. So first of all, thank you very much. I really appreciate that there's a lot of people, young people, clever people, smart people, investors, men in black seated here on the first row. Thank you very much. So I really congratulate you, because I think it's relevant when you do things for the first time. It's always risky business, it's always uncertain, but I think it's important. First time you never forget. So thank you very much. Thank you for the organizers, the sponsors, the coordinator of the net. Thank you all. Why a net? 5 years ago, I think it was before the pandemic, from the department we started this new instrument, creating new nets, what we call Xarxes, the Recerca, Desenvolupament i Innovació, Research, Development and Innovation. Why? The reason was to concentrate critical mass in research, in innovation, to foster and to concentrate efforts in activities of valorization, transfer, promoting entrepreneurship, promoting innovation, creating a new generation of physicians who may be innovators, students who may be new researchers focused in applied research and innovation, to create a new generation of healthcare professionals that would become new innovators, not as a probably main activity, maybe as an additional activity or as a complement during their day-to-day activities. So the nets have been shown useful. The nets have been shown successful indeed, right? Why? Because day by day there is a huge number of researchers conducting and leading new projects with the goal of impacting on health, right? Why mental health? This net actually is the second edition. It started in 2020, right? So this net continued being funded by the Generalitat in the second edition. Mental health is actually one of the biggest challenges we have today in the agenda, right? Mental health, or health and well-being, actually is the second global challenge, global development challenge, but also never forget that on the 10th position, we do have an enormous challenge, which is reducing inequalities, right? So I think you have a great challenge on your hand. And we cannot stop investing, we cannot stop learning, we cannot stop doing research, right, on that health. Why? Because there's a lot of needs, great, big, huge needs. Needs in the area of prevention of mental health illnesses, needs in the area of diagnosis, needs in the area of prognosis, needs in the area of management, needs in the area of treatment, needs in the area of managing and following all those patients, all those people, because it's not only patients that they become ill, but it's all the population that during our lives we will have some issues, some acute, some chronic, some mental disorders, right? So this affects to all of us. So we need clever people committed with the development of new tools, new processes, new ways of managing those great needs, right? That's why we commit with you, and that's why we really appreciate all of your job. Why an investment forum? It's important to commit in the very beginning with clever, smart people that will give support to your projects. And support is not only money, money is needed for sure, but support means having a partner that is going to commit with you with sharing risk, that is going to commit with you with information, with value creation, right? People that is going to give you support in the creation of competitive teams, is going to give you support in the strategy, is going to give you support in the development of your own projects. And it's important to choose the good investor, the good partner, right? And it's important to do it at the very beginning, just to focus your project on the good way. What else? I think it's relevant for you to know that the Universitat de Catalunya is committed also, and 2 years ago started a great big agreement, Pacte Nacional per la Societat Mental, the agreement for the General Agreement for Mental Health. This is a relevant initiative that involves all the government and is a great commitment with mental health, right, in the area of infrastructures, in the area of health services, research, education, culture, social services, all this area, right? So I think it's important you to be committed with this. Actually, Dr. Haro is absolutely committed as a main expert in the committee, so I think it's important you to participate and to be aware about what is doing. And finally, I would really like to thank the investors, and I would like to be critical, constructive, right, with all these projects. I think your feedback is absolutely valuable, right, and it's a great opportunity to learn. So 3 small recommendations I would like to give you. First of all, share. Innovation is never an individual activity. It's always a matter of collaboration, a smart, clever, and strategic collaboration. So share your projects, share your thoughts, share your ideas, know new people, go everywhere, participate actively in focus groups, in groups of interest, right? So in other nets, so share and participate and collaborate. Learn, don't be shy and ashamed of asking opinions about your projects, right? Contact experts, don't be ashamed of asking for very few time to everyone, and be proud of your projects. Collaborate with some others for different areas, not only in health, not only in mental health, but get in contact with people from other areas of knowledge and other areas of market areas and productive areas. And finally, enjoy and believe in you and be proud of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Do you listen to me correctly? Okay, perfect. So thank you so much, Josep Maria and Laia, for this super nice introduction. And thank you for the encouraging words and challenging. Also, we are, of course, agree with learn, share, and collaborate with all of the stakeholders. And thank you so much for all of you for being here. We see very many faces that we already know, but also new faces. So thank you so much for trusting us. And as they mentioned also, thank you BHV partners and Nara Capital for this nice collaboration. So I will try, if this is working. I will briefly introduce the TECSAM network. Most of you already know, but please let me take the advantage of presenting the network very briefly. So these are the numbers that most of you already know better than us, but we would like to highlight these numbers. So as Laia also mentioned, mental health is an important challenge nowadays. We know that 1 out of 2 people will suffer a mental health problem once in their lifespan, and not all of them are diagnosed, and the ones that are diagnosed, not all of them receive treatment, and a huge percentage do not respond correctly to this treatment. So we have a very huge challenge, and not also social or clinical impact, but also economic impact. So 40%, for instance, of the sick leaves are due to common mental problems like depression, anxiety, or stress. So how do we work? Like I also mentioned a bit, so we gather all the research and innovation focused on mental health and new technologies that can be applied to mental health problems and social well-being in general. And we try to transfer this research and innovation to the public and private sector, but of course to the society and people with mental health problems. To do that, we also work tightly with the healthcare system, the public healthcare system, and also we have been described or honored as a tool for accelerate and boost innovation by BioCat to participate in this program, access program to the innovation to the public healthcare system. But not only that. So we do an active listening to the society, as Laia mentioned before, in order to do innovation based on needs. So we do this type of activities, open activities with the ecosystem, not only with the research groups, we do co-creation activities also, if you want to know more about that. And we try to gather all the different stakeholders important to give response to these real needs. Up to now, we are 57 research groups, so we have been increasing so much from the beginning, from 2020. And these research groups belong to hospitals, universities, research centers, and foundations. So more or less, we are up to now more than 800 key opinion leaders, researchers that are in the front rear of the research and innovation of mental health. But we collaborate also with the administrations, entities, and the mental health cluster, WeMind cluster. Now, different type of associations for mental health problems, like Federació Salut Mental Catalunya, and other entities, like TECSAM, SHIP2B, HIS, or Capital Cell, that support us from the beginning of the network. And how do we work? So we are focused on these 2 main pillars. The first one is to boost innovation and accelerate and transfer this research. This is mainly focused to our groups, but we try to shake the ecosystem also. And the second pillar are the open activities, like this one, that it's open to the general ecosystem. So for the first pillar, we would like to highlight that we have a huge portfolio of technologies. When we say technologies, we need to open our minds. It's technologies, knowledge, programs, interventions, and whatever you can imagine around mental health. We have now more than 400 identified assets. And what we do with this portfolio, we help the groups to increase their maturity level through advisory programs, through training, through different contacts, and with the stakeholders of a mental health ecosystem. What I have said, we have more than 400 assets now. You can have like a tiny taste in our webpage. It's one technology or project by each of the groups, but we have the huge portfolio classified. You can have like a big classification, but you can have whatever you can imagine. We have done these 2 classifications. The one are focused on mental health problems and emotional well-being, but also different type of populations, aging, cognitive disorders, healthy habits, and also psychotic disorders, bipolar, and so on. And the other classification is disruptive solutions. So all the technologies and all the interventions that can be applied to mental health. And the second pillar that we have is the open activities. Our more consolidated one is the Breakfast and Learn, that it's an online capsule that we have monthly, every Wednesday of the month. We have a capsule. We have almost 30 capsules right now from the beginning, and it's an online capsule, and it's focused on different topics. but mainly focused on the area of tech transfer and valorization. So all of you are already, of course, invited to attend. And then we have open activities. We would like to highlight this one. This is a social impact activity that will take place on 2025, in April. I don't remember exactly the dates. And this is an adolescents fair. So it is focused for adolescents and their family to come, and we will have top speakers, demo sessions, concerts. So it would be like a party, and this event is being co-created with adolescents, and it is from the Xarxa. It's leading this initiative with a huge effort and co-creating the activity. And it will take place in the central Catalonia, and it's organized between the different administrations from the regional and local area. Also, we have technology exploration days. The last one was, in fact, here also, and we try to gather different policymakers and different visions around a hot topic. The last one was the access to the innovation healthcare system, the public innovation healthcare system, and the next one will be in October, around artificial intelligence and mental health, and will be co-organized with Artificial Intelligence Network that I saw Sergi, but now I don't see him. And also stay tuned, because in 2025 we will have the second mental health innovation day, where we have different speakers from the network, and also we have demo sessions and showcases of the technologies of this portfolio in real life, so you can see them. And we would like to have the second edition next year. And whatever you need, our webpage is more or less insufficient, explicative enough, so you can find all the activities, the past and the new ones, and also our networks, social networks. And now, so we have now the first edition of the Mental Health Investment Forum. So we are very nervous, but we are very, very excited. And we are, in fact, planning the next editions, so trying to take all the inputs from today. So happy to listen to you about the good things, but also the bad things, so we can learn, of course. So we have done already the opening by Josep Maria and La Yarnal, and we will start at the beginning with the first main block, that it's focused on startup pitches. This has been a process, an open call process to all the ecosystem, and we are so happy that many with high-level startup has participated, but unfortunately only 5, or fortunately for them, have been selected to be here today. But we want to congratulate also, and to thank you to all the participants, and hopefully the next year they can pitch also. And the second, then we will have a coffee break that we think it's interesting to make these important contacts. And then we will have the second part of the event, that it's in fact the second mental health contest of Xarxa TECSAM, where we have 4 projects within the network that will for researchers that will present their projects. They are in an early stage, and they will be awarded by 2 prizes, by BHV and Nara Capital. And this award ceremony will be at the end of the event. But last but not least, we will have a keynote speaker by Francisco Badia, that he is a partner at Grau Venture Partners, and they are leading the FITA funds, that it's a new initiative in our country, and that we hope that many of us can take advantage of it. So, with no more delay, I will present the first speaker of today, that is Francisco José Tavira, that is co-founder and CEO of Loomee. So, the floor is yours.
Este de aquí, ¿no? Vale, gracias. Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to pitch today. My name is Francisco Tavira. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Loomee, the solution to complement and augment the psychologist capacity. We already saw some of these numbers. 1 out of every 4 people, or as you explained, 1 of 2 in the coming future will face any mental health issues. 80% of those will develop or are related with anxiety and depression. And additionally, they are linked mostly to the daily life stressors. Additionally, there is more than 150,000 psychologists that are needed in Europe, especially in Spain, where the public system, mental health public system waiting list is between 6 months and a year. Moreover, the psychologists are spending more than 30% of their time doing administrative tasks. So instead of facing or doing a face-to-face operation with the patient, mainly preparing the interventions, the sessions. Loomee improves the psychologist to patient iteration, providing a channel to work digitally, observing the progress of the patient and adjusting the decision-making tailored to their needs. Going deeper into the solution, so Loomee provides a platform for the psychologist and an app for the patients. In the platform, we give them access to a library of scientifically validated or evidence-based resources that the psychologist is able to tailor or to personalize for the patient. So those resources are, for example, education, questionnaires, or techniques for breathing and relaxation techniques. No? We are starting, or we are focusing on anxiety and depression mainly, and we are adding other resources for other emotions such as grief or self-esteem. For the 80% of the patients, we can provide immediate resources. For the other remaining 20%, on top of the resources, we can accompany or complement the psychologist during the whole therapeutic cycle. That is improving the effectiveness of the therapy and the efficiency of the preparation of the sessions. This could be translated in 1 hour per day. This could freeze up 1 hour per day that is able to bring and treat an additional patient, and this could be translated in more than 1,000 euros per month per psychologist. We are targeting more than 1 million psychologists in Europe and Latam, starting in Spain and focusing in the 70% of the psychologists that are working in the cognitive behavioral space. Our budget persona, there are 2 different ones. On one side, the freelance with less than 5 years experience, and on the other side, the owner or the operation director of the clinic. Our business model is a subscription paid by the psychologist, and we add a corporate account as well, providing the supervision. There are similar solutions in Germany and in US that are providing this kind of scientific validated resources, targeting the psychologists and the coaches. Nevertheless, they are not providing the personalization, and they are not using the data to gather and to provide risk indicators. We started 6 months ago with an application to understand the final customer. Today we have more than 3,500 registered users and an ongoing clinical trial with the Universitat Complutense de Madrid to support or to complement the psychological support that the students are receiving. We are working in the platform that the psychologists will access. And in less than 3 weeks, we were having some pre-sales, mainly with 10 clients, only with a demo. We were targeting the psychologists automatically via LinkedIn. When we will have, let's say, the product on the market, we'll continue the outbound strategy, targeting other channels, doing partnerships with other associations, and as well creating our own inbound marketing strategy, creating our own content. We are starting in the private space, and once that we have the validation and the scientific proof, we will move to the private health insurance, and afterwards our vision is going into the public system. The team, we are a multifaceted team with a strong and solid experience in operations and technology. Two of us, we have a PhD in neuroscience and psychology. Some advisors and collaborators, experts on their field. Those are some of the awards and programs that we were participating, and part of the network and associations or relevant associations we are part of. For example, the Colegio Oficial de Psicólogos or the International Association of Applied Psychology that is spread in 80 countries. We were bootstrapping until now. We are expecting to have 250,000 public funds, and now we are raising 200,000 euros in order to scale the technology and the sales. We will consolidate in Spain next year, and in 2026, sorry. We will ask for an next round to scale internationally. And that's all. I think we have 3 minutes left almost, but if you have any question, yeah.
So thank you so much, and congratulations because you are tackling like a big problem that it's the time of the mental health professionals. So thank you for that. And if there is, then we have open time for questions from the audience, from the investors, but all of you, of course. So feel free to start and break the ice. If not, we can.
I hear you. If not, I repeat it afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm María Fernández from TECSAM network, and I would like to know: is any of these technologies of your competence, or you? I don't think so. Still, already in place. For instance, in Germany, approved by DIGA and being reimbursed. That's the.
Okay. So you mean our own content, or in general?
Your competence, the
other competitors. Yeah. Okay.
Competitors.
Yes. So okay. So there are two parts. Just to differentiate. So what we are providing is. We are enabling, let's say, the framework, the technological framework, to the specialists, to the professionals, and we are providing the content. This and if we replicate the same in the competition, what they do is, let's say, the same, in Germany and so on, and in US. This content is not approved or is not required to be approved by the DIGA or the PECAN in France or the FDA in US. But in parallel, let's say there are what is called the sequential therapies, digital, the DTX, digital therapies, but it's more like in a sequential way. And this is what you can certify with the DIGA, with the FDA or whatever. What we do is personalize the content. Our intention is having a closed content and apply it for a DTX, but not yet. That's why we want to provide, let's say, the evidence first, and that's why we are starting with the Universitat Complutense de Madrid to start validating step by step. But now we are opening, let's say, all the resources, still scientifically validated, but not clinically validated. And like this, all the psychologists could access and improve the efficiency. Like instead of spending half an hour per patient or customer or client, as they call it, they will spend maybe 10 minutes just in a single click. You're preparing this. I don't know if I answer more or less. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I think he was first and then second. Sorry. I'm the bad one
Hello.
today.
Hi, Francisco. Congratulations for your pitch and your project. Just a very direct question. Since I understand it's like a copilot for the psychologists, right? Do you have planned to implement some AI methods inside your platform? And therefore, how are you planning your clinical process? What's the exact outcome that you will be measuring?
The legal process?
The clinical.
The clinical, yeah. Okay. So there are, again, two parts of the question. I mean, yeah, I think AI is a big word. So we are planning for the next year to start with machine learning, okay? Using all the data from the app from one side and the platform on the other side, and let's say putting all together and getting what we were calling the indicators, so the risk indicators, the psychological risk indicators. This will be like information that we provide to the psychologist. This one part. For the regulation part, this is something that we go slowly, let's say. That part, so far, we are not planning to add any IA or machine learning, but more in the sequential way, like you close. This is more or less as the DTX or the DIGA is working. So you close the content, and this is what you can validate clinically. So there are two different parts. Yeah. Maybe in a third one we will mix all together, but this is what is right now. Yeah. And there was
there was another question here, and then
okay.
I'll take advantage of having the microphone, and I'll just ask my question quickly. Congratulations, Francisco. Really interesting technology. How have you been funded so far? You may have mentioned this, but I didn't catch it.
Bootstrapping.
And how long has the project been?
So we were. Sorry, I was. We were more or less 1.5 years, and we were bootstrapping, so our own funds, and we were pivoting a lot. I mean, we were talking before this morning about this. We are starting in the schools doing more prevention. Later, moved to a general wellness app. And there we met a professor in the Universitat Complutense Madrid. There we started with the science, the app, and afterwards, talking with more than 120 psychologists, we understood this was the way, like more like a complement to the psychologists. But so far, a couple of awards and our own money. Yeah.
Now it's the turn.
Hi, thank you. This is Cinta from In Vivo Partners. Just out of curiosity, because you mentioned you're performing a clinical trial, I'm not sure if you could get some details about that. What stage is it, and what endpoint are you measuring? I'm assuming it's in anxiety, because you mentioned that as an indication, but just wondering if you could give some details.
Sure.
Thank you.
No problem. So the Universitat Complutense Madrid, they have a service that is called C-Call. So they have 10 calls for free, let's say, the students. So we are targeting 100 patients, 50 and 50, 50 only with a call, and 50 complemented with our app, nothing else. And this is what we want to achieve, is understand if there is more efficiency, let's say, that we believe will be, but we need to validate that.
Hello, good morning. Congratulations. I'm Marta Prince from BHV Partners. My question is a little more technical, in the sense
Let's see
that
if I can.
No, more operative, more than technical, in the sense that we know this is software, we know this is a really highly dynamic market, but is there something on IP prepared? Are you going to do something in IP protection?
No. So right now what we are launching, let's say in September, is just content. Because this is what we understood, this is the gap in the market. We will protect the content as we could, okay, as we can. The next phase of the algorithms that we were talking, this will be protected, yeah. This will be from next year, yeah, from January.
Okay, so if there is no more questions, so we can proceed, and thank you so much, Francisco, and congratulations for the work. And now we have Francesca Wuttke, that is PhD, CEO, and founder of NEN. And I'm having a problem here. Okay.
Thank you
so much.
Hi, everyone, and good morning. I'm Francesca Wuttke, CEO and founder of NEN. I've been in healthcare for the past 30 years. I'm trained as a scientist. I've done clinical research, digital health, venture capital, and I often say I'm a recovering pharma person. Most recently, I was the chief digital officer at Admiral. The WHO has recently reported that 400 million kids are in pain around the world. Pain that's burning, that is continuous. There are very few solutions that address pain in kids. We're looking to, through evidence-based digital solutions, address that pain. And I founded NEN to help kids in pain all over the world. We're starting with pain in pediatric cancer. Kids who have cancer, nearly all of them experience pain, but these kids are also at really high risk of medical trauma, and these negative pain memories can be quite sticky and can persist through survivorship and into adulthood. In fact, 59% of adult survivors of pediatric cancer experience pain. Kids have a really hard time communicating about their pain, so how can either parents or physicians know how to treat what they can't understand? As Francisco mentioned, there are also too few therapists, and in pediatrics, unfortunately, that problem is even greater. We have a collaboration with San Juan de Déu. There are over 2,000, they see over 2,000 kids with cancer per year, and there are only a few psychologists that are trained in pain management, even though all kids could benefit from psychological support. You would think you can bridge this access problem through digital solutions, but as we were talking earlier, very few solutions exist for kids, and it's just not an area of focus for a lot of innovators as well as investors. That's exactly what we're endeavoring to do. Kids matter, and we're committed to kids. We're designing science-based solutions for kids, with kids, to help lower their pain. We have a group of kid advisors, or our NEN testers, that provide us wonderfully unfiltered feedback on every iteration of our platform, which has been really helpful to design something that they really enjoy. So we're leveraging play in kids. Even kids in pain like to play. We're using cognitive behavioral therapy and gamifying it to help them play their way to lower their pain. And here's how we do it. We have 3 virtual companions. Dolores guides them through their journey through NEN and provides CBT related to pain. Dolores obviously means pain. And then we have Sarah and Tony. Sarah and Tony are more focused on the serotonergic receptor pathways. So Sarah focuses on anxiety and Tony depression. Because kids have a really hard time separating mood from pain. Is it mood or is it pain? We want to provide them with the lexicon to be able to communicate, I'm scared, I'm sad, or I'm in pain, and then have the clinicians and the parents be able to address those causes individually. And for kids, as well as for adults, the impact of mental health is so important in how they interpret their own pain. We're going to continue developing these mental health modules, and eventually our second product will be a standalone in mental health for these kids. But it's not just the kids. We've spoken to a lot of parents over this 2-year journey, and the one thing that's been overwhelmingly consistent is their sense of helplessness. There's not a lot they can do when their child is in pain. So we've created a suite of services specifically for the parents to help them help their kids get the best outcomes out of the CBT. And there's strong evidence to suggest that when there's parents involved, the results are even better. So how are we going to get this to them? This is, hopefully the sound will work, but if not, we'll just go right past it. This is a snapshot of what the kids will see on the platform.
I'm making a special comfort tonic, but I need to find the right ingredients in the forest. Do you want to help me out? All right, let's go. Wait, what? You've never been in the forest before? No problem, I'll be your guide. This special forest is called the pain forest because it behaves just like our brain does when we experience pain. Did you know that pain doesn't actually happen in your body? Pain lives in your brain. Here is where pain monsters live. They get bigger as pain signaling gets louder, and sometimes they can be a bit scary.
And progress through, they try to tame their pain monster, and as they do so, the pain monster gets smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually it explodes, which the kids love. So how are we going to get it to families? We're really excited to have just launched our first release in the US, UK, Spain, and Portugal in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. It's fully GDPR and HIPAA compliant. But really our main revenue vertical is B2B2C. By collaborating with hospitals, we'll both generate clinical evidence, but really key to our project is trust, and trust comes from that evidence. So in addition to generating clinical evidence, what we're finding is that these initial champions within these hospitals are converting into our first customers. And here are some of the hospitals that have an interest in working with us. We're talking to them either for clinical research collaborations or for commercial enterprise-wide deals, or both in some cases. And these hospitals will also be able to share NEN with the families within their network. And eventually, these therapists and psychologists and pediatric anesthesiologists will be the ones that will be prescribing NEN once we're a prescribed standalone and reimbursed digital therapeutic. I mentioned we're starting in pain, but in pain and pediatric cancer, but the platform has been intentionally designed to address pain regardless of the cause of that pain. So we want to treat kids with pain from burn, pain from post-op orthopedic pain, pain from sickle cell disease, which is a huge cause of pain in kids, migraine, everything else that, that comes with that. And across multiple geographies. NEN is a profit-for-purpose company with the goal to democratize pain management at scale. We want to treat kids in pain wherever they are. We've already started working with groups like UNICEF, and the plan is to create what we're calling the NEN Foundation, which will be the not-for-profit arm of the organization that will be funded by NGOs and grassroots organizations that'll help us disseminate NEN to kids all around the world. These are some of the accelerators and awards that we've received over the past 2 years that have helped us to spread the word about NEN, but have also been giving us a lot of strategic guidance and support. And this is the heartbeat of our team. Our amazing clinical and tech team translate what works in the clinic onto a really fun solution for kids. In addition, we have 3 advisory boards. Our clinical advisors are experts in treating these kids. Our business advisors are experts from the digital health ecosystem and our thought leaders. They're social impact drivers, pediatric innovators, and our board of directors are digital health venture capitalists across the US and Europe. So at NEN, we want to get kids in pain playing again, play their way to lower their pain. Thank you. Happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Francesca, for focusing in children. It's very challenging, but they need to be at the center because they will be the adults in the future.
Exactly.
So
They're 25% of our population, but 100% of our future.
They are forgotten. So let's start with the Q&A space. So if there is any questions in the audience. Yeah, again. first one.
Okay, thank you very much, and congratulations for the project. Have you clinically validated the results? Which results do you have? What figures do you?
Yeah, so it's a very good question. Our platform has been built with what works in the clinic, so we've integrated all the gold standard patient-reported outcomes. Our plan, we've tested already with 50 kids and parents. What we're planning to do is a codified clinical validation study. Stanford will be leading that study. Once we get additional funding in, the idea there, it would be a head-to-head study comparing NEN with traditional in-person psychotherapy. We're also going to bring on some other hospitals, including potentially Centro Andedeo, who we've been working with from inception. So that will be our first codified study.
Hi, Francesca. Congratulations for the project. Incredible impact that you can have in society, right? So congratulations. Just 2 questions. One is about the product, right, itself. I'm a super fan of gamification, digital health solutions, so I would like to understand better the product. Since it's a long-term therapy, right? Might be, right?
It's actually quite short-term. So typically pain management is between 6 to 10 sessions. And that gives kids the requisite skills to be able to modify their pain response. So we've modeled it after a complete course of CBT.
Clear, so they learn how to do and then
exactly.
they make. Right, and the last one, about financials. Do you have an open round? Are you searching for funds?
We are, as most startups are. We currently have a 2 million seed round open. We're doing it via our SAFE, so we're more than 50% subscribed so far with 1.1 million invested from a combination of many of our business advisors and investors. Our now investors have invested their own money because we're a bit too early for some of the funds that they run. As well as some family offices. Plug and Play is our first VC in.
Congratulations, Francesca. Really interesting. What is your timing for going to market and starting your first revenue after the clinical trial? What do you think?
We're currently in the market, so we're downloadable on the Apple Store and Google Play direct to parents. We accelerated that go-to-market approach, quite frankly, because the parents asked us to. There's just nothing available for them, so we wanted to get them something as quickly as we can. We're continuing to develop it, both with the partnerships that we have with the hospitals, but we're also in discussions with about 9 hospitals that are progressing, hopefully well, to do enterprise-wide agreements with those hospital centers. So the idea is that, that they would purchase it and then offer it to all the kids within their network. One workaround to having to deal with the gauntlet of hospital procurement, which is a bear, is we're in discussions with foundations that fund those hospitals. They typically have groups of donors that like to earmark their annual donation to something specific. So in our case, it would be a year of pain management for the kids within that hospital network. Those conversations are going well and much faster. So we typically get clinical buy-in first, then foundation buy-in, and very often on those calls as well are the VCs, particularly in the US when each hospital has their own kind of VC arm. So we're hoping to close at least a couple of them by the end of the year.
Super. Just a quick question. Are you familiar with the Ritchie Foundation in
Yes.
Boston? Okay.
Yes, I've spoken
Great.
to them.
I thought that would be a good connection.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, congratulations
Hi.
for the project. It's
Thank
really
you.
beautiful, the problem you're trying to solve. 2 questions. One is, the main target is to do like a psychoeducation with the children through the history, no? This is one of the questions. And the other is, how can you be sure to censor any of the ages? Because I guess that if you are targeting like 5 years old or 8 or 12, it changes a little bit the interest. Thank you.
Very good question. So in terms of evaluations, we do have the same evaluations that the physician would do in person. We've embedded things like the Wong-Baker Faces Scale, the Pain Catastrophization Scale. What clinicians quite like is that we have scales that are responded to by both the parents and the kids. So that's indicative because kids take cues from their parents. And if the parents are scoring really high on the pain catastrophization scale, that could be an indicator for the child's ability to manage their own pain. So we have all of those embedded just as a clinician would. We've also made it clinician agnostic because the physicians told us to. They're really overburdened. They have too many kids on their wait lists already, and they said to us, look, if this solution requires physician oversight, then we're not interested because we simply don't have the bandwidth to address that. So it can be done independently, and we've spent a tremendous amount of time and money and resources to make sure that it's safe, that we're not doing any harm to children. It can only benefit them. With regard to your second question, we're starting out with kids aged 7 to 12, simply because that's where the basis of scientific evidence is strongest. We wanted to start out with the littles at first, the 2 to 6-year-olds, but they can't read. Cognitively and developmentally, they're in a very different place. So the idea is to clinically validate in the 7 to 12-year-olds, then move into the littles. We're in discussions with Sesame Street or Plaza Sésamo to help us create the content for those little kids. So it'll be Sarah, Tony, Dolores, and maybe Big Bird and Elmo. And then once we've done that, then we'll move on to the adolescents. The adolescents still, there's still an unmet need there, but the older ones can benefit from some of the adult solutions that exist.
Thank you a lot. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, so no more questions. So thank you so much,
Thank you.
Francesca, and congratulations
Thank
again.
you.
And now it's the turn of Verónica Montesinos. She's CEO and co-founder of Dana and will present Dana Health.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I am Verónica, CEO and co-founder of Dana. Thank you for the opportunity today and for taking the time to learn more about these amazing projects. I am excited to share with you our purpose, our progress, and why your support can make a difference in the health of the future generations. Let's dive in. Matrescence. How many of you have ever heard about matrescence? Very few. Matrescence is the massive mental, physical, and social transformation of a woman when becoming a mother, and it can last several years. I don't need to explain what is the adolescence. Then matrescence is the adolescence in the motherhood. During this period, 90% of women will experience mood disorders, and up to 20% of them will suffer a severe mental health pathology, such as depression, psychosis, or suicidal thoughts. Unfortunately, 75% of the cases go undiagnosed. Perinatal mood disorders and mental health pathologies during this period have a direct impact on the mother's health, on the pregnancy outcomes, and on mother's capacity to take care of the child, with potential long-term negative health effects for both and a higher risk of comorbidity. We are talking about chronic mental disorder in the mother or for the child, diabetes, asthma, obesity, autism, among others. The good news is that all this is preventable. This is the reason why we have developed Dana, a digital health solution to improve mental health and well-being during preconception, pregnancy, and postpartum based on artificial intelligence. Dana solution has been built in 2 stages, or is being built in 2 stages. The first one is we launched the Wellbeing app, a preventive app, to make accessible a set of tools to mothers for personalized care. And
At the same time, we are driving data analytics and measuring also the mental health status of the mothers. And in parallel, we are further developing our technology and working towards the medical device certification to become a digital therapeutics tool for the healthcare system with an intended use of early screening, diagnosis support, monitoring, and also therapeutical digital intervention. Our main asset is the Motherhood Vitality Index, is the algorithm we are developing. You may know probably that the current methods and technologies for diagnosis of anxiety and depression are clinical interviews or self-assessments, questionnaires, maybe some very specific analysis of a biomarker or algorithms based on general health data. We innovate in mental health and prenatal mental health by applying AI algorithms trained on unconventional data, not only physiological or, for example, self-assessments, but also behavioral data, social data, and, for example, language. Yeah? In order to personalize the assessment based on the individual risk factors and needs, and setting our solution apart from what are the traditional and generic conventional screening tools. Because the objective is that we can make accessible for every woman the right tools, supports, and screening to gain an early opportunity to improve her health among all this matrescent journey. And how? By making accessible a technology that has personalization, that can be accurate with high sensitivity, and also with, let's say, the early intervention capacities. Yeah? Our tool has been designed together with an ecosystem of experts in mental health and maternal health. All the tools that are contained in our app has been designed and validated by this group of experts. And in terms of validating the impact of using a digital tool, in this case Dana, yeah, on the mothers' and babies' health, we are validating this with a clinical study with more than 1,000 women, together with the Hospital Vall d'Hebron, the Hospital del Mar, and the University of Rovira i Virgili. We have started Dana with a hybrid business model. First, we have launched our well-being app in a B2B2C model through other social agents such as insurance companies, fertility clinics, and employers. And once we have the clinical device software certification and we can become a digital therapeutics, we will operate in a B2B model to be prescribed and reimbursed by the system. We have started in Spain, impacting on 2 million women that years over years are in the matrescence period, and our plan is to make Dana a global e-health solution and to be able to help the maximum number of women in the world. Our differentiation is that we are woman-centric, that we are focused on the mental part of the process, and that we are an early detection, evidence-based tool powered by technology and AI for the healthcare system. In just 2 years, 30,000 women has downloaded and used our app, and these are our first data validation with real-world data. 64% of the total users has what we call the good mood profile, and 36% a negative mood profile. From those, 72% potentially suffer from depression, 64% potentially from anxiety, and 27% have experienced suicidal ideation. This is our roadmap that is built to achieve the technical development, the regulatory path, and also the go-to-market strategy according to the different stages of our project. We are a women-led project, and we have a dedicated team of specialists in product, data, technology, and perinatal health. And we are supported by an ecosystem, open ecosystem of healthcare professionals and entrepreneurs. This project so far, we have up to date raised 1.8 million from private and public funds. And now we are in a round of $500,000 to further develop the technology, the certification process, and the go-to-market strategy according to plan. Our purpose is very simple. We want to make an improvement in the health of future generations. How? Caring the initial moment in life that is a unique moment, that it will not come back, yeah, to create the optimal conditions for future health. We need to remove the stigma around mental health. We need to support every woman in matrescence. We need to work together with the healthcare system. And overall, what we want to do is responsibly making accessible the best impact, technology, and innovation to all of them. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, Verónica, and also for visibilizing matrescence. So we have learned today also. So time for questions.
Hi, thank you very much. It was really interesting. You talked about matrescence and mentioned that the technology could include women going through pregnancy or pre-pregnancy and then birth. I was wondering, what about those women that are trying to conceive and cannot? I mean, process of infertility or losses during pregnancy. Are those women also considered potential users of the technology or not? Or
Sure. Sure, because the matrescence period starts with the desire of becoming a mother, and for sure we are considering this target. It's true that in the first stage of the project we focus first on the pregnancy and postpartum stadiums, but for sure, I mean, we have around 20% of our users looking to get pregnant. This is one of our profiles. We have also resources, but we have to work on additional content and tools for them, but they are also considered for sure. It's the start of everything. Yeah. Hello.
Hi, hello. I'm Adrià, co-founder of Minta, and Verónica, thank you for this project. I really like it. I have friends who are like now being mothers, so I really understand this problem, and yeah, I think it's very important for the next generations. I'm wondering if you provide psychological support through psychologists on the platform, or you are just content-based, and if not, what's your view on this service, and yeah, and what you have thinking about it?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. We have this support. I mean, you can access to perinatal psychologists and to midwives. Yeah, they are the two main profiles. You can ask for your appointment, and you can have your, let's say, treatment online or presential if we are in Barcelona or in Madrid, or some areas where we have some professionals giving support. Yeah. It is not our, let's say, main business model, but for sure, if we want to have the complete kit, let's say, then it's important to have this. And we are also open that maybe to collaborate, because we did some pilots in the past with insurance companies in order that they are providing this service connected with our app. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. There's one question here in the front.
Hi, Verónica. Congratulations.
Hi. Thanks.
Just a product question. What does your index exactly that your IP is worthwhile investing on it? So how does it protect your solution in front of other digital health solutions that might not use this patent, right? And since I understood it's connected or wants to be connected to third-party data providers, how much integrations do you have on this, let's say, data monitoring ecosystem? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So the IP is protected by trade secret, yeah. Because as you know, to patent algorithms is a very complex, but maybe it would come, but so far is trade secret protected. And to the second question, we have the app as one of the main data sources. I mean, because within the app, we have psycho-educational programs, we have a mood tracker, where the woman has to register how he's feeling today and be very precise with topics is this related. And we have also a community of moms and experts where moms are changing. Yeah? Then we are analyzing all this data. This is the behavioral and social data, and we are incorporating this on the training of our algorithm in order not to be based only on conventional data or self-reported data, because the typical as you may know, method now is a questionnaire. We have two questionnaires, the Hooley and the Edinburgh questionnaires. These are applied once in the pregnancy, once in the postpartum, and this is all, let's say, the check that a woman has in this process. In between, nothing happens. Then we are continuing monitoring and analyzing data, and now we are trying to correlate patterns so that we can early predict, yeah, based on all these social, behavioral, and for sure, additional to the other data. So far, we have connected the wearables, the health center of the devices, or for example, Fitbit is what we have connected so far. And in our clinical study with 1,000 women, we have access also to the historical data of the patients. Yeah.
Clear, thanks.
Thank you, Veronica. That was a great presentation.
Thank you.
And a real problem in society, and I think it's an interesting solution. It sounds like you're focused on starting here in Spain, and I imagine the app is in Spanish language, or are you planning on expanding to other languages in other countries? And if so, when are you planning that?
Thank you for the question. We started in Spain as a testing market. The tool is so far in Spanish, but we are planning in 2025 to have the translation into English and to move to other markets. We are validating, let's say, the technology, and also we are going through the certification process. Once we are ready, we can expand, and hopefully it's next year. Yeah.
Okay. Are you aware there are, in the US especially that I know of, there are some really great investors who focus on women's health issues and also on female-led companies. So
in the US, yes, I know. I mean, we were trying to push here in Europe, yeah, because we have also to move forward in terms of investing in this type of projects, and I know that maybe in the US will be easier, and maybe it's the next step also, because sometimes we are struggling with the financial part of the project. Yeah, and because it is based on the research. And although we, as NEN, for example, we are trying to monetize through a B2B2C model, it is something that has long cycles, I would say like that. Yeah? But anyway, we will survive.
Okay, so there is one last question. Marta?
Hello, Verónica.
Hello, Marc.
Congratulations. My question is a little related with the Greg ones. It's not only the language, but the cultural pathway of the women in the different countries. Are you gonna integrate this on how you are working this part?
Exactly. So what we, in the same way that we started in Spain, I mean, working with the open ecosystem of health professionals, we are aware of for sure, the cultural differences. The point is that the pains in this matrescence period are quite similar and cross, worldwide. That is the first thing. Another thing is that the psychological content that we have or how we try to connect with the women has to have some adaptation. But we have this into consideration, and once we have more than 100 programs within the app, then it's once easy to translate, and two, easy to find people that can adapt this culturally when we have the funds to do this.
Okay, so thank you so much, Verónica.
Welcome, thank you very much.
Thank you. And now let's move with Sergi Grau, and he is co-founder of NeurekaLAB and professor at the University de Vic. Sí. Yeah.
This is not my presentation.
Oui.
I can try it, but it's better.
No, they are separate, so maybe it jumped in.
La presentació no és aquesta tampoc.
So we now know the last one. It's not surprising then.
A small break.
Now.
Yeah. Okay. So good morning, everyone. I am Sergi Grau. I am a co-founder and CEO of NeurekaLAB, and we are a spin-off of University of Barcelona and University of Vic. And our goal is to help children like Sarah. Sarah is a fun-loving girl with a lot of goals, but she is currently thinking that they will not achieve them because she received a lot of negative messages related to the academic efforts. And what is happening is she has dyslexia, but no one has identified it. And now we have a social problem because from the 20% of people that have learning difficulties, 80% of them are not detected and assessment correctly. And this is not just affecting the academic results, but also the health, wellness, and in a long term, also the job projection of these children. So the Spanish market about the child psychology, it's huge, for example, in Spain, but we think if the tools like us can help to identify all the children with learning difficulties that will increase. Now, in primary students, there are around 3 million of students at Spain, so 600,000 students have learning difficulties, and 80% of them are not identified. So the traditional system relies on the teacher intuition to detect that children, to then go to the family that needs to go to the health professional to do a diagnosis. And now they are not going all to doing this diagnosis, and this diagnosis is done later. So we want to let the schools to have the tools to detect all the students objectively, and then go to the family to do the diagnosis earlier, but also between these two steps, we also give the tools to start the intervention at the schools and at home. So between the two models, what we want to do is objectivity and anticipate all the process related to learning difficulties. So we have competitors in the different stages. For example, we have competitors in the identification of learning difficulties, but they are not used after that to do the diagnosis. And the tools for the diagnosis are not good for do the intervention. So what we want to do differentially from the competitors is not do it horizontally products, we want to do a vertical slice. So we want to do tools for all these stages related to the learning difficulties. So our proposal is to have a ludic experience to the children using serious games. And using this data, we have machine learning algorithms that can predict which is the cognitive profile of each child. And after that, they can assess the activities that they need to improve their achievements. So we have tested these tools at the university in different research projects. We have the evaluation tools that we have done with more than 1,200 students. And also we have validated the tools for the intervention. For example, this is the results for the intervention of dyscalculia, mathematics, and also for the reading, the dyslexia. And this is the improvements of the children with dyscalculia and dyslexia. So for the other students, the achievement will be more improved also. And now we are in the go-to-market strategy. We are focusing first to create the demand, so the families. So we are going to the schools. We are focusing to the private schools because we know they are early adopters of this type of tools. But also we are starting to go into the public schools using all the public entities. Because now it's a good moment, because this is the concern, for example, with the result of the PISA, that we have to do things about the learning difficulties. And now we are starting to also talk with public entities to just assume the cost for the public schools. And then the second step will be to capture the offers, so the professionals. And we will connect both the families and also with the professionals to do the diagnosis and the intervention. Now we have validated our tools with real clients. We have health clients that are using, are more than 65 recurrent clients that are using our tools. And with them, we can help them to do more than 3,000 diagnoses of learning difficulties. But also, we have a freemium application that we have helped more than 900 families to do a screening, to then go to the professionals. But also, from this current year, we are present in 9 schools. So we have helped more than 1,000 students to do these evaluations and early interventions. The team are composed by the other co-founder, Josep Maria. He is a PhD on psychology. He has a lot of research in this area, but also have experience in diagnosis as a clinician. Myself, as a PhD of computer science, but also as an executive MBA, and I have experience managing teams because I was the dean of the Faculty of Science and Technology of the University of Vic. And we also have the Josep to do the development, and the Jonathan that is expert in UX, UI, because we think that it's vital to be very funny for the children, very ludic, but also we need to create the tools too easy for the professionals, the teachers, but also the health professionals. And also we have a great advisors team. We have passed through acceleration process like Ship2B that allows us to manage our social impact, but also in the EdTech with the SEC Lab and also in UNICEF Lab. And they allow us to improve our business model. And currently, we are seeking the first round of 300,000 euros. And the main objective is what I explained first, capture the demand, so go to the schools. So we want to increase our team in sales specifically, but also continue creating new tools specific for learning difficulties. And now we have closed the first 30% of the round, and with a group of business angels and family office, we are closing the second 30%. And this is the roadmap that we want to do with this round. We want to finish this year with 50 schools and increase the number of schools until 4 years. So we will help in 4 years more than 64,000 students that with the current system will not be detected with learning difficulties. So I think that tools like us with early detection and intervention of learning difficulties will help Sarah to achieve their goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and sorry for the mistake. And now, open to questions.
Sergi, congratulations.
Thank you.
I think you did something super well today, which is showing the product, right? It's something that I always miss in presentation, like screenshots, data, KPIs, measurements, outcomes from these gamification products, right? You did a good job today, so congratulations on that. I have just it's a personal feeling, eh? It's like, I might be wrong, since the system is not worried about this today, why are not you addressing the parents and the families that they are really worried about their kids' learning process? Why not a direct go-to-market? Thank you.
We have achieved that, we try it, and we see that the ratio CAC lifetime value is less than going to the schools. And I don't think that the system is not worried, I think it's worried. But before us, the way to do to the schools, for example, to evaluate all the students, to do a universal screening, needs to do it individually. With our tools, we change the activities in mathematics and in language, and inside the class, the teachers can do all the screening with all the students at the same time. So now it can be performed because the digital tools can be scalable to all the schools. The alternative that we have today, it's going psychologists to the schools and individually do it one by one. And this is not scalable, and the schools can't cost that. So I think that opportunity is, and it's better because if we are in a school, we will have a more lifetime value. And also, every year, we have new families. So at the end, the return, it's better, and the social impact is also better because we can screen all the students. No one can be not screened. If you go to the families, some families don't know this problem, and also they don't have the sources to do it. So this is why we focus now going to the schools.
I have a question. Or, yeah, oh.
Hola, Sergi. Thank you for your presentation. I want to ask about how you manage, because also I am working with psychologists to create application or serious game, and usually I have some restriction of some part of psychologists or in general of the people, because the feeling now is that the children use a lot of application of serious game, and also I have the problem that in my case, for example, the teacher, they really likes this type of application because this is a tool, they see like this is a tool and reduce my work. By the psychologists, see like, no, this remove my work. and I don't think this, I think is also a tool, but I want to ask you how you manage this.
Yeah, for the first part, the using of screenings, some families also have these doubts, and we have tried to divulgate the evidence that said that if the children use less than 3 hours per week, the tools with a specific objective, they are beneficiary for all the students. More than these 5 hours per week, it's worse. So the idea is to divulgate that we only want to do one activity per day, so it means between 10 and 50 minutes per day. And for the second part, for the psychologist, we are giving them the tools that they can do the intervention at home. So it's not to do it with the children, the children do with the family at home, so they can monitorize all the things that are happening outside their work. So for them, it's to have more data than the previous one. And also, doing this slice, vertical slice, we give to the professionals not just the evaluation of the children at that moment, we give to them the history of the results in the school. So for them, they can accelerate the process of diagnosis. So we are trying to show them that we are improving their processes.
Thank you. Another question. In some occasion, when I present my project, some researcher asked me why you use a lot of visual or sound effects, because the serious game have to have the objective to teach something, to train something, but you use a lot of effects and visual effects. But the game developers asked me why you didn't use a lot of these effects. I tried to search about this, but I didn't find a good paper, for example, to help me to go to a middle point between the researcher and game developer to find something that is good for both of them.
Yeah. We do the same. We begin as a blank game, meaning this is not a game, but they can recollect all the data just to teach to the professionals that the solution is fine. After that, we put all the gamification, all the sound effects, visuals, and we demonstrate that the results are the same. So now we can say for the children, it's a serious game. It's a game, not a serious. It's a game, so it's fun, and also the results are valid to do the diagnosis. But we need to do first the blank game just to demonstrate that both are the same results. That's true.
And I'm Antonio from COTI, and congratulations, because I really think this is the future. I am a neuropsychologist, and I am targeted to assess this kind of diagnosis. And I wanted to ask you about the level of being diagnosed by TDAH, because many of our patients in the center, they come to ask us for this level, and I don't know how do you deal with this, because I guess that in the really near future, the machine will be able to do it more precise and faster than us, the professionals, but by now I don't know how do you deal with this. And on one side this, and on the other side I want to ask you, have you been speaking directly with the centers, private centers of psychotherapy that we are dealing with the demands from schools? Thank you.
Yeah, we don't label, so we don't do diagnosis. It's it's the screening. Okay. I mean, to detect that something needs to go to a professional do the diagnosis. So the idea is not to base all the detection with the intuition of the teacher, so have objectives. So do the screening, and after that, we say to the families to go the professionals. And now for the centers, the idea is to see the benefits of have the connection between the school and the professionals, because for do a diagnosis, you will know, as a professional, you have to evaluate the child, but you have to also to talk with the teachers and also with the family. The idea is to accelerate this process, or do it more easily. So the idea is to improve the process. So for now, we think that we are achieving that.
Perfect, thank you. Sorry, the last question. And how do you, because for us it's really hard to target any of the stage of the age. So which is the range, how many ages are you targeting?
We are now in early detection, so we are in primary school, and we are going from 5, 6 to 12, but we are focusing on 5 to 8. That is the early stage to do the early detection, and if the intervention is done that, the improvement it's greater.
Perfect. Thank you, and congratulations, amazing project.
Thank you.
Hi, Sergi. Thank you for the presentation. I was thinking about the value prop for schools. Mm-hmm. It's clear that schools are interested on early detection because it's a benefit, I would say, for family and students. Are you approaching any other value prop, like reducing costs, or how you are translating this value to the school in order to incentivize the implementation of your tool? Thank you.
For the private schools, or more of them, they have a psychologist. So we achieve them that they can do all the tests to all the students that they are not allowing to do that because they have to do it individually. So we can improve the process and reduce the cost of this pupil and the test also. But also for the public ones, we are trying to do more with the public entities because they don't have the psychologists inside the school. They have the apps here in Catalunya. So we are talking with the apps also to do the same. They are not achieving, they don't have enough resources to do a screening for all of them. So they are selling them that they can achieve all the students with our tools with less hours of their work. So they can go to the schools and see the children, talk to them, not just evaluated, that it's not a value proposition for them. So that's our message. And for now, it's working also.
I was thinking while you were answering, are you just focused on TDAH? Do you think like in a future you will be able to increase the screening to other like anxiety, depression, eating disorders?
Now we are focusing on mathematics and reading, because this is the kernel that all the children needs to achieve all the other subjects. But after that, we have prepared, but not yet commercial, the HDAD screening. And after that, we want to increase the areas that we want to evaluate, but focusing on learning difficulties. We don't want, not yet, to extend it horizontally. We want to do it vertically in order to follow the students and be sure that all the students with learning difficulties will achieve this diagnosis and do it earlier than now.
Thank you, Sergi.
Okay, so thank you so much, Sergi.
Thank you.
And we move now to the last startup pitch, and this will be led by David Blánquez, CEO and co-founder of MJN Neuro.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to be here. Thank you for inviting us. I am David Blánquez, CEO of MJN, and MJN is a personal project. I have a daughter called Marina, who has had epilepsy for the last 20 years. So we have moved from the industrial sector to the medical sector because of this personal project. MJN is a company created 10 years ago with 3 co-founders, and we are based on 2 main pillars. One is the technology and artificial intelligence, because we are main engineers, and the other is the social impact, because we want to make an impact in the people, in the quality of life, and in those people from the society that we are working with. This is our team. We have been working in several products in the last years. We have a C-level team and working team also, and we have several advisors that are helping the company in different issues about clinical trials, about with lawyers, with physicians, but also in business, in financials, and in other issues from the company. This is the main collaboration that we have had in the last years. This is the main collaborations are for hospitals, because we have to demonstrate the clinical evidence about everything that we are doing, but we have also some collaborators for industrial partners to produce the devices and to produce the software, and also with other companies that are working with us. For us, it's also very important to be collaborative and to be in contact with the associations in epilepsy, in Alzheimer, and in other diseases. That is a great source of information for us to develop the products. We have had a portfolio of 3 devices actually now. The first one is the MJN Ceras. It's for epilepsy. This is the main device that we are performing, but we have just finished a second project in Alzheimer. This is the Dreamer with the CDT Misiones in Spain. And we are also involved now in another development project for a Holter device that can be making ambulatory system outside the hospital for children and for other people. The company has reached more than 10 million euros in the last 8 years approximately, with 3 investment rounds for less than 2 million euros, and the rest is public grants from European Union and from Spain and from other companies. Now we are looking for 4 million euros in an investment round to perform the epilepsy system with new features, and also to move to the United States, because we will see after that we are in Europe. We want to start the process, the clinical trials there. We want to start the business in United States. And also we have to develop the CE mark for the medical device for Alzheimer in Europe and start the business in Europe. The product of epilepsy is these ERPs. It is based with sensors that are reading the electrical activity from the brain inside the ear canal, and is communicating with a smartphone. This smartphone is applying the artificial intelligence algorithm in an app, and what we are doing is performing a pattern with a pattern for the preictal moment. We can send a warning previous to the seizure, so the person can move to a safe place. What is affecting here for mental health in epilepsy? 30% of these people are having depression, and 50% are having anxiety, because they don't know when they can have the next seizure. They don't know if they can have an accident or injuries about the seizure. So what we are doing is performing something for autonomous system for the people that can help in reduce this anxiety, this depression, and for us to improve the quality of life. That is one of our main issues. The benefits that we have is the reduction of anxiety, of accidents, injuries, deaths, also sometimes in epilepsy. We want also to reduce the economic impact in hospitals, in healthcare systems, and also for the people. But for our company, like Impact Social company, we want to reduce the anxiety and the depression of the people suffering from epilepsy. We have a contract signed for Europe, for 32 countries, with NeurekaLAB to distribute the product in all Europe. We have started 1 year ago, and we will go to the market in 2025. And now we are developing a global expansion that we are talking in United States, in Mexico and Brazil, Canada, and some other countries that we are developing the project. Our revenues, the forecast for our revenues will reach 66,000 units in all Europe, and part of the United States that we have a forecast. For Europe, we have a disagreement with a pharma company, and in United States is a forecast. Next solution that we are reaching for improving the quality of life is the DREAMER project. It is for Alzheimer. So what we are talking in this is a different way. We are using the same sensors, the same artificial intelligence algorithm, very similar, but what we are doing here is another kind of issue. We are doing an early detection of the Alzheimer's disease, because we know that Alzheimer's disease, when we go to the hospitals, because the person is with the family of someone is affected by Alzheimer or mild cognitive impairment, is because they have a lot of problems, or they have several problems with the normal life. So it is affecting also the people that is affected by Alzheimer, but also the family and all the environment of these persons. What is important about the early detection, because all the drugs that are performing in Europe and in other countries for the last years are developed to stop the progression of the disease, not to eliminate the disease. So it is not possible now. Because of this, it is very important to have early detection for this disease 1 year, 1.5 years before the clinical issues is happening. Our solution is based on a standard device that is placed behind the ear. It is very easy to use, and it is connected with a tablet that is working in 2 ways. One is making a cognitive test, because we are testing the people in response time, in mistakes, and in other ways, and also performing an EEG, electroencephalography, at the same time that we are performing this. So we can reach the biomarkers that can assess the clinical part and the neurophysiological part of the brain. The results that we have in this clinical trial is 88% of specificity and 92% of sensitivity to discuss between mild cognitive impairment and Alzheimer's disease. We are working with several hospitals, and we have finished this clinical trial in the last months, so we are now presenting all these results. What we have developed for the doctors and for the clinical part is not only a numerical part, it's also a visual part. So we are discussing here what are the clinical biomarkers, how the people is affected by the disease, and what are the neurophysiological, the EEG markers, so how it's affected the brain. This is very useful to discuss between the green part, that is healthy people, the orange part, that is mild cognitive impairment, and the red part, that is people that is affected by the disease. But the most important finding that we have in this study is that we can find people that cognitive part is not affected still, but the neurophysiological part, the brain, is already affected. So we can see that in the right part, there is some issues that we can say that it will be a possible risk of Alzheimer's for these people. And it is people that by now, it is not affected by a big mistake, forgotten or something about this. So it could be a screening part, very useful for the people that are working with Alzheimer's disease. Okay? We want to reach a B2B model. We want to perform the same that in epilepsy, contacting with pharma companies and make the distribution in Europe and after move to United States. The third device is a project that we are developing that is applying all this information that we have in the last processes to perform an EEG outside the hospital. So the people don't need to go to the hospital for 1 week or for several days, because in children and with autism or with another disorders, it is a problem to go to the hospital with them. It is to perform this device. It is paid by the Ministerio. We are working with CSIC, San Pau, and the university. Because of this, we want to reach this project in the next 2-3 years. Okay? For us, MJN Neuro is a company dedicated to epilepsy because of the personal project, but for the future, we want to go to another neurological disorders. Thank you very much. Just in time.
So thank you so much, David.
Thank you.
And now questions from the audience. Xavier.
Thank you very much, David, and congratulations. Since Alzheimer's has no treatment, because pharmacological treatment has a pathetic efficacy, what's the point of early detection of a terrible disease like Alzheimer's? How do you think that the market will respond? Why do you think that the market needs an early detection for something that is terrible and has no cure? Thank you.
We have no treatment now to eliminate the Alzheimer's because it is a degenerative disease, but the drugs that are developing now in the market with several companies in Europe and also in the United States, what they are doing is making a slow progression of the disease. So the problem that we have now in 3, 5, 7 years with the death of the people, they want to develop these drugs to perform this progression in maybe 10, 15 or 20 years. So the person will die because another issue, but with a higher quality of life and with a higher autonomy. That is the problem that we are having now. There are several drugs. We have a follow-up of these drugs. And the main point of these drugs is that we want to stop or to slow this progression as high as we can. So we cannot wait for the progression that is having some loss of some person or a big problem in a house or with a family. Then we want to develop this, to use these drugs before these findings.
And my question is related to the question they just asked. I do agree with what you said. I think early prevention of Alzheimer's is incredibly important. My question would be more like actually patients, when they go to get diagnosed by Alzheimer's, they already show some symptoms. So at what stage would your device be useful, and and how much earlier than the current devices or the current techniques can it detect Alzheimer's?
We don't know by now exactly time before the diagnosis of the Alzheimer. We think that we are 1 year, 1.5 years before the clinical diagnosis of it. And what we are preparing or what we are sending to the pharma companies and all these medical companies is having a screening that we can perform in the future. For example, each year for people from 65 to 80 years, each year you have to perform a test with a tablet. You can perform it in a clinical way, in a first assistance, or in a hospital day. So you can perform this test. With this test, we can know which are the people that are in the middle of the age that they have. So there are common people, and what are the people that are outside this scope. So if we can reach these people, send the device, and make an EEG, then we can perform this prediction early. It could be a screening test, like we are doing with several other, like oncology and other things.
Thank you.
Here in the front, Francisco.
Hi, David. Amazing project.
Thank you.
Since you are like a mature project, let's say, right? And now you are in the moment to show sales. Let's speak about a little bit of sales, right? I have seen that maybe it was too fast. I have seen 66,000 devices projected, forecasted, and 90 million euros. I understand it's an accumulation of euros yearly, right? So let's speak about this. How much does it cost to the final user, payer, let's say? What's your margin? Thanks.
Our margin. We are developing this forecast with NeurekaLAB, that is our distributor for all Europe. So we are including all the sales that they are including in all the countries. We will start we have started in Spain, UK, and we want to start in Germany and another country. But we stopped all this to change the strategy, because this new strategy is based on a reimbursement in a big country. Like it will be Germany, France, or UK with NICE. So we are developing the clinical trial to improve the quality of life, to demonstrate it to reimbursement, the DIGA process. And when we have this DIGA process, we will go directly to the other countries. The most of the sales will be in the reimbursed countries. So we are reaching in Germany, for example, 7,000 devices per year at the beginning. And in other countries, we are reaching 1,000, 2,000 devices per year. This strategy will be executed in 2025, when we have the improvement of the quality of life demonstrated by the clinical trial. We will develop all the strategy with them, because we have started country by country, but it is a lot of work for us, and it is a dimension that we cannot go to 32 countries. Because of this, we are using this network from a pharma company. I think it is 400 people working on this in Europe. So it is the best solution for us to reach as much as possible to the countries and the hospitals. The margin. The price studied with them will be a price comprising the 3 years. We have a cost approximately of 40–50% of the margin.
There's no more questions.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Just a curiosity, in seizures, what is a meaningful or clinical reduction in time for the patients to feel safe? Okay, this machine, this medical device will advise me of I will have a seizure, but what is the clinical significant reduction in time? I mean, it will be 3 minutes before the seizure, would be yes. 5 minutes?
Clinical, there is no issues in medical ways, because this is the first device in the market that is performing the prediction of the seizures. But we are working always with a time from 1 to 3 minutes before the seizure. This is enough time for the people to make a safe place, to go to the ground, or to go to a sofa, or to alert someone, or to go out from the kitchen or the bathroom or some places like this. We have alerts from 1, 3, 5 minutes normally, but we have some people that is having alerts 15 minutes, 20 minutes before the seizure. So this is something that is happening in several patients. Our aim is to go always before 5 minutes before the seizure, because it is less anxiety for the person, and it is a better solution for them. But it's difficult in some patients.
And in the trials, the clinical endpoint is how you manage
The first clinical trial we performed in the hospital was an average of 9 minutes before the seizure, and now we are working in these 5-6 minutes in this way. We have changed several methods of the algorithm. So before the last year, 2023, we were working between 20-30 minutes before the seizure, and now we are working in several minutes, between 3 to 5 minutes. This is what we have to develop with the early adopters and all the people that we are starting just now, to develop algorithms or personalized models for the people that is having not the first symptoms of the seizure, but the moment previous of the seizure. It's a little bit different for the people.
Yeah, but always necessary, I think.
Yes,
I would like to have that.
The people that this has been alerted 20 minutes before the seizure, it is okay for them. But what we want to perform, because it is 20 minutes that you have to go to a safe place and to wait. 20 minutes waiting is a long time for these people because of this.
And regarding the device for Alzheimer, it could be very useful for all the clinical...
It could be, sorry?
Very useful for all the development, the medical, the diagnostic, but also the drugs being developed in clinical trials.
Yes, in the clinical trial, we have two issues. One is to make the diagnosis of this disease, and the second one is a follow-up of the patients. But in this follow-up of the patients, we need more time to make this screening about the patients, because we want to follow up with an interpersonal and intrapersonal evolution of the disease. So it could be very helpful for drug companies, because they can perform clinical trials with a control group and an intervention group. In the intervention group, we will monitor how it's affecting the drug, and in the control group, we will monitor how it's without affecting the drug. So it will be very, very useful, because we are using both biomarkers from cognitive side, what is having the person, what is having with the issues about memory and executive memory, and also what is having with the brain, with the EEG.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, thank you.
Hi. Well, let's begin this second half of the event. We have had a first half full of exciting projects and of powerful presentations, and I'm sure that this second half will also bring us a lot of great content and great projects. So, as you can see, after this amazing coffee break that we have shared, in which we have for sure made some new connections, and we have been sharing with each other the impressions of these great presentations we had before, now we're going to focus on projects that have been developed in the core of our network, of the TECSAM network. So many of our groups have developed exciting projects, and some of them are going to be presented here today. And afterwards, we will have a keynote by Francisco Badia, which is a partner at Grau Venture Partners, which are the responsibles for the FITA funds, and I'm sure he will explain like really exciting stories as well regarding investment in health and in other areas in Catalonia and in this region. And afterwards, we will have a small award ceremony, because I will explain a little bit more, but the projects that are going to pitch now are not only pitching for investors, hopefully, but also pitching in front of a jury that I will explain now who are part of this jury. And then we will call it a day, and we will say our goodbyes. So let me explain a little bit further what's going to happen right now. So 4 of our projects that have been developed within our network are going to present. All of these projects are expecting to become spin-offs, are expecting to become companies in the nearest future, or to commercialize some kind of product. So they are on their path to get there. And in order to help them, we have organized a training focused on entrepreneurship with BHV partners. And all of these groups have been following this training, and they have been learning about how to be an entrepreneur and how to create a company, and also how to perfect their speeches, their presentations, and their pitches for investors. And here they are going to prove that these lessons were really useful for them, and also they have the chance to meet potential investors and also potential partners. So this is a huge opportunity for them. And in this part, we would really like to thank again BHV partners, not only for this amazing learning, but also because they are contributing in giving a prize, and also to Nara Capital for also giving another prize. So 2 of these 4 projects will be winning today one prize, one coming from BHV and one coming from Nara Capital, in order to keep boosting their projects and bringing them closer to the market and closer to the people that have mental health problems or related problems. So this is our jury today. We have them seated in the first row. They are going to be paying close attention to everything that our spokespeople is going to share. So on one hand, we have Gregory Manning. He is VP of International Business Development and the General Manager in Europe at LSN, so Life Science Nation. Then we have Gemma Hernandez. She is our expert in innovation, in valorization, and in tech transfer in our network, in TECSAM, and she's also mentoring other projects outside of our network and inside, so she's going to also share her perspective. We have Jordi Plajà. He's a business expert consultor and a senior strategic advisor at Trifermet. We have Joan Mercadal representing Nara Health Capital as a partner of this company. And then we have Albert Mascarell, who is the CEO and also a managing partner at BHV Partners. So thank you for your time, and we're hoping to get a lot of feedback from you for our projects, but also a lot of feedback from all of you that are with us today in this room. So after each of the presentations, as we had in the first track, you're going to have time for your questions that will be really welcome. So these are the 4 projects that are going to be presenting. The first one is a project that was born at IRBLLEIDA, and the name of this project is Advanced Nanovectors BP-EVs. And yeah, and María Fernández, who is a PhD and a postdoctoral researcher at a group called PPRG, is going to explain everything about this project. So here you have the power.
Thank you.
And the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. First, I want to thank TECSAM for the support throughout the project and for having us here. And as she said, I'm María Fernández. I'm a postdoctoral researcher in the Pluspec proteomics group in IRBLLEIDA, led by Xavier Gallard and Aida Serra. And we wanted to show you our future next generation platform for drug delivery, which we're going to call BP-EVs. So our project is based on extracellular vesicles. Extracellular vesicles are small nanoparticles that are generated from all cells in the human body, but this mechanism is also conserved in yeast, bacteria, and lots of microorganisms. We are focused on what we call industry products, extracellular vesicles, from now on BP-EVs, shorter name, that they are BP-EVs that come from the industrial byproducts generated from the brewery industry, especially from the beer industry. These products are IP protected already, which was our starting point for the future spin-off and the future business that we want to create. This product is an editable product. As such, we can load different molecules, or we are intending to load different molecules. We can change their nature, so we can target it to different tissues. And as such, we propose two branches of application. One is on therapeutics in the pharmaceutical industry and the cosmetics industry. And on the other hand, we have the food industry. But in this speech, I'm going to focus just on the pharmaceutical industry and just two applications. Current problems we find and that we think these BP-EVs can solve is the fact that 40–70% of psychiatric patients, we include schizophrenia, but another psychotic diseases, and neurodegenerative diseases lack of optimal pharmacological tools, or they don't exist, or they develop severe resistance. On the other hand, we have the bone. The problem is that after 10 years of treatment, several bone diseases such as osteoporosis, they also develop this resistant treatment, and so that's an issue for the patients, obviously, that they are condemned to a really bad life and a really bad future, and of course, a burden to the health system. The extracellular vesicles market is quite new, but it is based on 400 million over the world. The European one is intended to be, or it is currently 100 million euros, and this market is intended to grow between 25–30% for the next 5 to 6 years. So it's a really good market to be invested in. There are current competitors, not many, some of them in Spain, but also in Europe, and especially the UK, like Evox, that they're doing some strategies and technologies very similar to ours, but now I'm going to explain to you why ours is better than theirs. We have a really high quality nanovector. Although it's coming from an industry byproduct which is not human-based, this product can reach the brain, so it crosses the blood-brain barrier naturally, and it goes to the skeleton with really high percentages, between 18–22%, which is great for us. And this can be done when we submit these BP-EVs by oral or intravenous administration. So we are opening up the oral one, which is the most difficult or the most attractive one for the future. Furthermore, it's not immunogenic, although we isolate these EVs from other cells that are not human, which is great. We don't have to double test this. And another one is that we are working with a zero-waste technology. We isolate these EVs from products that no one uses, which are the brewery ones. So we are promoting the circular economy, which nowadays I think is something we have to take into account. Our business model is based on a spin-off that will rely on multiple licenses of this issue, of this model, of this technology, depending on the application. And of course, we wanted to valorize the fermentation industry and the industry byproducts. Our roadmap started a few years ago with a patent filing of these BP-EVs. This year, we are working on the new spin-off creation and another patent that will complement the first patent. So we are building a more robust product for the future, and hopefully, if we are lucky enough, we can find different strategies for different applications that could be licensed and sell to other pharmacological industries to solve these issues that I've talked you through. This is my team. I wanted to thank everyone. Thank you for the jury for listening, and thank you, the audience, for listening to us too. So if you have any questions, just let me know.
So, some questions?
Hello. Thanks, Maria.
Thank you.
Congratulations on this interesting and kind of novel technology. You say as a goal that you're thinking of being able to license this technology out to a pharma company as early as 2025.
We're hoping.
Isn't that a little ambitious? Because
It could
you're
be
just
a little
getting
bit.
started.
I haven't showed data, but we are very advanced on one of the application of one of the technologies. So if we are lucky enough, we can test this animal, and going towards, we can license next year a product that could be feasible.
Mm-hmm. So right now, that most advanced technology is in preclinical phase. Are you doing animal trials?
We are in preclinical first. Yeah.
With animal data?
We're planning to.
Okay. Okay. Great.
Thank you very much. What are your financial needs for this goal to achieve in 2025?
We are in the very early stages with these kind of illnesses like psychotic diseases. We need really good networks to find patients, to find someone that wants to do that, and to find manufacturers, enterprises or businesses that can help us do the manufacture. Right now we are working on lab basis. We have our BP-EVs, we can produce them. The base, the source is really big. To have big amounts, we still need more money to amp up the production. So that will be our needs, I think, right now.
Congratulations, first of all.
Thank you very much.
You have here today people from pharmaceutical companies, such as Otsuka Pharmaceutical. Do you think they would agree with your first sentence that there are not pharmacological tools available? I
said there are not optimal ones. If we have talked about schizophrenia, 40 to 70% of the patients resist to the treatment 100%, and there is just one that might be more reliable, which is clozapine. So I think that's a really, really big burden for the health system. For the osteoporosis we're talking about biphosphonates, they were the first tools that were created, and after 10 years they don't work anymore as good as they do, and they create loads of side effects. So they are, but if we can improve what it is now, we don't need to create anything. We are just improving what we have. It is also a positive point, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think there was a question.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I actually think there's a really big need for a solution like yours. My question was more regarding what kind of targeting moieties are you using? Because you said you can go to different tissues.
Tissues,
if I got that right. And what kind of payload have you tested your nanocarrier with?
It's been in mice, as you see on the images.
No, I mean like what can you put inside the nanocarrier?
Oh,
the extra
really good question. We are trying to load anything, but it should be a small molecule because these BP-EVs are nanometric. Like, if you think about a cell, it's macrometric, it's from micrometers. These BP-EVs come from 20 to 200 nanometers, so they're very tiny. The thing is, they are bilipidic structures, so they can fuse to loads of things. You can open them and close them. They're bilipid based. So we're kind of exploring until which point we can load things, but mostly small molecules that could go inside the bilipid membrane, or that we force them to go inside.
And regarding targeting moieties, are you thinking of specific antibodies, I imagine?
Yeah, the lipid composition might be crucial, putting antibodies or changing any proteins that we can link them outside. They go to the different receptors. That depends on the organ you want to put them through, but everything might help. The antibody might be a little bit difficult, but any peptides, proteins, or
you haven't tested
sequences.
That yet?
No.
Okay.
Will do.
Thank you.
Okay, more questions?
Thank you, Maria.
Thank
you.
You
are very optimistic. That's why you are young. You are very optimistic. Yeah. Regarding the time, I have heard that you have already a connection with a pharma company. That's why you are so optimistic. So
Yes.
If not, it's a little bit more tough, let's say.
Yeah.
If you go with a drug already, can be a new drug or can be a already market drug. You could be a new chemical entity, but you could be a combination product. So it's a medicinal product because it will be a nanocarrier plus a drug. So we will enter through the regulatory deep part of drugs. But I just wanted to say that she is very optimistic because they are already in contact with a company. If not, it's long time.
And with regulations, the issue or the benefit for the BP-EVs, or the EVs in general, the extracellular vesicle marker, depending on how you see it, is it's not a human product and it's not a cellular-based product because they're not live. So FDA is more flexible with that, but we are a little bit of a limits or threshold between cellular product or just pharmacological product. But currently, the EV products are seen quite positively, and they don't have to go through extra stages as the mesenchyma stem cells or similar technologies that have done similar things to EVs, not just BP-EVs. I mean.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I think there are no more questions. So thank you very much, Maria.
Thank you.
And now we welcome on stage a project that's called Muvity. This project was born within UPC and also ADFO. And we have Marc Marot, who will now present this technology. I have a caveat. This presentation will be in Spanish. I hope if there are international members of the audience that they have someone close to them that can translate. Otherwise, afterwards, I will try to make a brief summary in English so that you can get a glimpse of the project. And of course, the questions can be in English as well.
Muchas gracias. Primero de todo, muchas gracias también a TECSAM para ofrecer esta oportunidad y disculpad a los internacionales, me he preparado la presentación en castellano, pero bueno, si luego conviene hacemos una pequeña traducción. Buenos días, en Muvity estamos construyendo una aplicación informática de telerehabilitación gamificada y accesible para personas con cualquier tipo de fragilidad. El proyecto nace ante la necesidad de los usuarios de tener acceso a la rehabilitación y no poder permitírsela económicamente. Esto es debido a la curva de la oferta y la demanda, donde la curva de la oferta es muy escasa y crea que ella misma esté sobresaturada y los precios de ella misma sean muy elevados para los usuarios. Para verlo, solo hay que ver el caso de la OMS, que recomienda que debe haber un profesional por cada 1000 habitantes, y sin embargo, la realidad en España es que hay un profesional para cada 8000. Para ver... ¿Sí? ¿Ahora? ¿Sí? Vale, mejor, disculpad. Para ver magnitudes de la demanda, solo mencionar que con la patología de los ictus hay más de 13 millones de casos al año, de los cuales el 40% de los supervivientes no tiene acceso a una rehabilitación por capacidades económicas. Aquí tenemos un caso real que es José. José es un usuario ya de Muvity que antes de que existiera Muvity nos dijo textualmente que era consciente de que si él no realizaba ningún tipo de rehabilitación, sus capacidades motrices se verían disminuidas a lo largo del tiempo, pero que no lo podía afrontar. Y luego nos preguntó si me podéis ayudar. Por otro lado, en el ámbito profesional, había un doctor con el que tratamos que nos comentó que le sería súper útil que existiera una herramienta para poder tratar a los pacientes de forma remota, sobre todo en los ámbitos más rurales. De esta forma evitamos desplazamientos innecesarios, descentralizamos y descolapsamos los centros de salud y, por lo tanto, también reducimos las listas de espera. Nuestra solución pasa por utilizar la tecnología para ayudar a los profesionales a aumentar su capacidad operativa y de esta forma que tenga más usuarios acceso a los profesionales. La tecnología es muy simple, es una plataforma informática que contiene juegos y ejercicios en los que se controlan mediante los movimientos corporales de los usuarios captados por una cámara de profundidad. Los procesos son muy fáciles, el profesional solo tiene que calendarizar los juegos y ejercicios idóneos para cada usuario, el usuario tiene que realizar los ejercicios prescritos por el profesional y finalmente el profesional recibe los datos que ha generado el propio usuario en formato de valores y gráficas. De esta forma el profesional analiza los datos y aborda cualquier problema de manera oportuna. Este sistema, llamado como sistema de telerehabilitación, ha sido testeado y demostrado su eficacia y validación en unos ensayos clínicos. Hemos terminado uno pequeñito, estamos haciendo uno que estamos terminando ya 50 pacientes con el Institut, con los centros de cabecera de Osona, y estamos planteando uno que se va a iniciar en septiembre de 300 pacientes con la Vall d'Hebron. De momento los resultados que hemos tenido es que más del 80% de los pacientes ha reducido su dolor y sobre todo que gracias a la gamificación de nuestro producto que generamos una alta satisfacción de los propios usuarios. Esto genera que una mayor adherencia. Cuanto más satisfacción hay por ellos, mayor adherencia al tratamiento y por lo tanto mejores resultados. A nivel de tamaño de mercado global, la telerehabilitación está por encima de los 3 billones de dólares, con un crecimiento anual superior al 15%. Está liderado por Estados Unidos y seguido por Europa. A nivel más nacional, en un terreno más próximo para nosotros, hemos segmentado los distintos posibles clientes a nivel privado, que son las aseguradoras y mutuas, las clínicas privadas y centros de fisioterapia privados y las residencias y centros de día para gente mayor. Los tres segmentos de su forma conjunta tienen un mercado total de unos 270 millones de euros. Ahora es un muy buen momento para invertir en Muvity, no solo por los datos económicos que he mencionado, sino también si miramos la demografía, vemos que la población está sufriendo un envejecimiento muy escalable en los últimos años, es muy exponencial. Por lo tanto, cada vez hay más personas mayores, de más edad, y necesitan que haya un mínimo mantenimiento de ejercicios para mantener su calidad de vida y capacidades motrices. También a nivel científico, si mirásemos las palabras telerehabilitación y gamificación, vemos que hay un especial interés, sobre todo en los últimos años, en estos ámbitos. Por lo tanto, no es un momento demasiado temprano, porque ya existe la necesidad por parte de los usuarios y hay el interés, pero tampoco es demasiado tarde, porque a pesar de que hay competidores, es un sector bastante nuevo y no están posicionados del todo, y también utilizamos tecnologías distintas entre nosotros. Nuestras ventajas competitivas principalmente son las siguientes. Utilizamos nosotros datos en 3D, mientras que competidores utilizan datos 2D y si a veces se tienen que complementar con accesorios extras que la cámara, ellos están más limitados. Nosotros podemos hacer ejercicios en profundidad que no solo ejercicios en plano 2D. Esto es gracias a la cámara de profundidad, que es un sistema que no es invasivo para los pacientes y con un solo dispositivo ya tenemos todos los datos completos. Otra característica muy importante para nosotros es la calibración. Nosotros a la primera sesión que hacen los usuarios que entran en Muvity hacemos un pequeño calibraje y medimos los rangos de movimiento máximos para cada paciente. De esta forma, una vez conocidos, adaptamos todos los ejercicios y juegos a sus necesidades. Es decir, por ejemplo, en este caso de la imagen, vemos que como el usuario tiene una afectación en su lado derecho. Por lo tanto, le ponemos el objetivo del limón a una altitud más baja para él que pueda ser accesible para él. De esta forma, lo que decíamos antes, no generamos frustración, generamos interés y por lo tanto una mayor adherencia. También vamos a ofrecer análisis dinámicos, que estamos trabajando en ello, que a diferencia de los cinemáticos que ofrece todo el mundo, los dinámicos lo que ofrece es conocimiento sobre las potencias articulares de las articulaciones del usuario. En otras palabras, conocemos el esfuerzo que le representa para el usuario determinado movimiento. Y finalmente, indicar que estamos trabajando para conseguir la clase 2A de Medical Device. Aquí hay un cuadro un poquito ejemplar de los competidores que existen actualmente. Hemos seleccionado los que están más enfocados en Medical Device, ya que si no existe la certificación es como un videojuego sin referencias. Entonces, mencionar que principalmente los que están más posicionados son los de la izquierda, que precisamente son los que tienen la tecnología menor a todo el resto de competidores. Nosotros nos planteamos como una empresa SaaS, en la cual vendemos suscripciones y licencias a los profesionales, y nunca a través del usuario final directamente. Por lo tanto, tenemos una estructura B2B2C. El precio aproximado del producto va a ser de 5.000 euros por cada profesional, que si él lo utiliza para 50 pacientes, le saldría un coste de 8 euros al mes por paciente. A nivel financiero, nosotros esperamos que haya un crecimiento constante y a buen ritmo de las ventas, sobre todo impulsado a partir del 2026, que es cuando esperamos obtener la certificación de clase 2A. A partir de ahí vamos a poder vender a centros de salud y, por tanto, habrá una mejora en las ventas. El break-even point lo situamos en el año y medio del inicio de comercialización y a partir de los 5 años sí que van a empezar a haber unos EBITDAs y unos beneficios netos ya con márgenes interesantes. Nosotros ya llevamos 4 años de recorrido. Principalmente nos hemos centrado en desarrollar el producto. Hasta ese momento nos hemos financiado con subvenciones públicas que han alcanzado el medio millón de euros. A partir de ahora tenemos los retos de obtener la certificación de Medical Device y empezar a la comercialización. Para ello vamos a hacer la primera ronda de inversión que tendrá un ticket de 300.000 euros. Nosotros somos un equipo transversal, ¿vale? Que ocupamos todos los ámbitos, digamos, desde que unimos la investigación tecnológica que proporciona la UPC hasta el ámbito real, más real que hay, que es una asociación de discapacidades físicos de Osona, y así vemos la situación de los fisioterapeutas y de los usuarios. Indicar que estamos en proceso de contratación de un CEO, por eso no hay la imagen, pero ya sabemos la persona, hasta que no esté firmado el contrato, pues he preferido no ponerlo. Hasta ahora somos el spin-off de ADFO, que es la asociación que he mencionado, y la UPC. Hemos tenido unos partners clínicos que nos han permitido hacer los ensayos clínicos, así como los que nos han permitido unas subvenciones económicas para desarrollar el proyecto, y finalmente las mentorías que hemos recibido por parte de entidades. Por lo tanto, a partir de ahora, en los próximos 6 meses, vamos a hacer la constitución de la empresa y vamos a iniciar la comercialización. Para ello vamos a, como he dicho, necesitar los primeros 300.000 euros. ¿Algún interesado en la sala? Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Do you want to make a small summary in English? Shall I do it?
I don't know if I have good level enough in English.
I don't know if I have enough knowledge, but so you can help me out.
Okay.
So this solution is about telerehabilitation meant for professionals to be prescribed to their patients so that they can use this device kind of at home so that the users can get more adherence to the rehabilitation treatment, and also that the professional has some data on how it's going on. And this product is different from the others because it allows like 3D exercises, and also
and calibrates.
Yeah, it calibrates depending on the abilities or lack of abilities of each of the patients. And
we offer other dynamics analysis that lets the professional knows the force.
The effort.
The effort for every movement of the patient.
So I think you get an idea. The presentation was also in English, so that also can help. And now we go to the questions. So yeah, we have some questions over here. So our jury is quite active. Thank you.
Marc, enhorabona. En català, ¿no?
Por mí, perfecta.
¿En castellano? En castellano, sorry, Greg. Yo, igual es que me he perdido algún trozo, pero he empezado entendiendo que es un remote monitoring exercise, ¿no? O sea, para hacer ejercicio en remoto.
Hay dos variables. Se puede hacer en remoto y se puede hacer en sala. Pero
correcta. Sí. Entonces, es un device es un digital health para remoto, con lo cual a mí me descuadra un poco el modelo de negocio, en el que vas solo a profesionales. Y sobre todo me he quedado pensando en cuántas cámaras necesitarás para hacerlo at home, quién paga las cámaras, habrá un renting, no sé, y me he quedado bastante en bucle en eso, ¿vale? Y en esa monetización, en esa realización de este modelo de negocio. Sí. ¿Cómo lo tenéis pensado?
Sí, explico. Vendemos a profesionales y a empresas, digamos, porque Muvity tiene que ser una aplicación con ejercicios prescritos. No podemos dejar al usuario que compre por sí mismo la aplicación y realice los ejercicios que a él le convenga. Esto puede ser contraproductivo para el mismo nivel de salud, si hace ejercicios no idóneos para él. Entonces puede ser contraproducente. Por lo tanto, por eso queremos pensar por los profesionales, para que puedan tener acceso a los usuarios. Por otro lado, que mencionabas de las cámaras, es cierto, o sea, el pack estándar incluye, hemos hecho un pack estándar, que son los 5.000 euros que he mencionado antes, que es para poderlo comercializar de forma como marketing. Ahí habrá 3 cámaras incluidas en formato de licencia, ¿vale? Dicho esto, indicar que sí que es verdad que es un hándicap, no lo niego, pero también ahorramos dispositivos externos que muchos competidores tienen que utilizar. Es decir, tienen sensores que a veces hay que poner para detectar más allá de la cámara. Y con esta cámara podemos realizar ejercicios como este, que si vemos desde el punto de vista del centro no podríamos hacer con otras cámaras, sin sensores. Estamos preveyendo que a nivel de móviles, por ejemplo, las altas gamas de móviles actuales ya están llevando las cámaras que necesitaríamos para hacer este tipo de ejercicios, que son las cámaras de profundidad. Por lo tanto, prevemos, pero tampoco podemos esperarnos a que ellos desarrollen para nosotros poderlo comercializar, ¿no? Por lo tanto, vamos a empezar con las cámaras de nuestros dispositivos, pero luego van a poder ser, si evolucionan como esperamos los móviles, las cámaras van a estar incorporadas dentro de los propios móviles de los usuarios. Que ahora, solo llevan los iPhone, Samsung más Pros, estas cámaras de profundidad. Pero bueno, esperamos que evolucione a favor esta tecnología. Si no, vamos a tener que comenzar con las cámaras y es verdad que se podrá alquilar más cámaras a los profesionales, aparte de las 3 incluidas ya.
Marc, enhorabuena, me ha encantado el proyecto, además porque yo hace unos años hice para MindMaze el plan estratégico para el sur de Europa. Y en ese momento montábamos unos equipos con unas maletas que ahora ver que es un ordenador y una cámara, creo que es una ventaja competitiva que hay que recalcar mucho más. Una pregunta que igual lo tenéis ya medido, pero lo que nos decían los fisioterapeutas era que para ellos tenía que mantenerse sí o sí la supervisión del paciente, porque si hacía los ejercicios sin supervisión y los hacía mal, empeoraba. Y entonces una funcionalidad que incluye era que a través de la cámara el fisioterapeuta podía ver a tiempo real el ejercicio e incluso corregirlo o compensarlo. En vuestra propuesta, ¿el fisioterapeuta puede estar viendo a través de la conexión o de la cámara al paciente o el paciente está completamente solo?
No va a ser síncrono, es decir, no va a haber el profesional mirando cómo lo realiza el paciente. Pero sí que hay una cosa que no he mencionado, porque por una cuestión de tiempo, que es, vamos a realizar, que no está desarrollado aún, es importante decirlo, una versión premium a los 5.000 euros para los profesionales, que será un coste adicional, para los que quieran obtener, los profesionales que quieran obtener más datos de los pacientes. Por ejemplo, habrá un reproductor de vídeo, que no será el vídeo de la persona, sino que será un avatar, por protección de datos, con el esqueleto va a reproducir los movimientos exactos que va a realizar el paciente, que vamos a guardar, y él va a ver el movimiento que hizo exactamente cuando él quiera. Es decir, incluso es mejor, porque si lo ves, cada uno lo puede hacer en sus momentos libres. Si lo hace el paciente cuando puede, no tiene por qué haber el profesional de estar libre cuando lo haga el paciente. De esta forma, el profesional cuando diga, mira, voy a ver el reproductor del vídeo, va a ver un avatar y va a decir, ¿qué movimiento me interesa este? Y va a ver el movimiento completo que hizo para ver si lo realizaba correctamente. Tenemos hecho ya el reproductor, pero tenemos que aún aplicarlo dentro de la plataforma. Aún no está, la versión premium no está disponible aún.
Merci, Marc, muy bien. Una pregunta, si se adapta al paciente, es decir, que a mí me cuesta más porque me he quedado más afectado, se va adaptando gradualmente, eso me va a querer hacerlo, ¿sabes? A mí al principio, después, si pienso que me ha pasado un evento de esto, pues estaré como un poco depre, esto igual me cuesta un poco. Es decir, ¿cómo haces el engagement del paciente?
Es automático y no a la vez, voy a mencionarlo. Es decir, es automático porque hacemos la calibración una vez y de esta forma se adapta todos los ejercicios posibles a ello. No tienes que ir a ejercicio a ejercicio adaptándolo. Vale. La calibración se hace siempre que el profesional lo considere oportuno. Es decir, si el profesional ve que va a menos el paciente, puede realizar una calibración nueva y luego adaptar de nuevo, recalcular todos los ejercicios y juegos y ponerlos al nivel que real para el usuario necesite. La aplicación no lo va a hacer por sí misma, sino que va a esperar que el profesional diga, ahora es el momento de hacer el calibraje, ¿vale? También indicar que dentro de las versiones premium vamos a realizar un sistema de alertas para profesionales en versión notificaciones, que cuando vea que el usuario no realiza el tratamiento, lleva mucho tiempo sin hacerlo o va a menos de lo esperado, lo que sea, va a saltar una notificación al profesional. Tenemos que desarrollarlo, digo, pero estamos ahí, vía mail incluso, para decir, oye, que este usuario le está pasando tal cosa, pues un poco, mira qué está ocurriendo. Y luego va a mirarlo en los análisis y va a decir, ostras, no me lo está haciendo, por tanto va a empeorar o va a menor. Luego es momento de calibrar de nuevo. O sea, habrá un sistema de alertas.
Así se mejora la adherencia.
Exactamente. Y luego, si necesita, dirá, pues vamos a calibrar de nuevo el profesional, que es el momento de calibrar porque ha ido mucho a menos y no puede más, subir más el brazo, pues es momento de calibrar de nuevo todas las aplicaciones.
Vale, merci.
Hola Marc, muchas felicidades por el proyecto y el progreso hasta el momento. Solo un apunte, porque no lo he visto en el panel que habías puesto de competidores, era preguntarte si conoces a la empresa Rosita, es el nombre comercial.
Sinceramente no.
Vale, quizás te pueda servir de inspiración, he pensado que a lo mejor no lo habías incluido porque están más basados en B2C, pero sería muy interesante que le echaras un vistazo. El nombre oficial es RX-Longevity y es una app que está enfocada a lo que llaman a un coach de longevidad para mayores de 60, pero tiene una tecnología parecida a la que has presentado con apoyo de fisioterapeutas. A lo mejor te puede servir.
Perfecto.
Simplemente.
Muchas gracias. Sí que es verdad indicar que hay muchas empresas, cada vez salen nuevas en este sector. He puesto las que me han parecido más similares a nosotros.
Esta lleva varios años, es interesante, un ejemplo interesante,
Perfecto,
está teniendo éxito para que te inspires simplemente.
Sí, muchas gracias. Perfecto.
De acuerdo. Pues muchísimas gracias, Marc. Y ahora es el turno de un proyecto que se llama Econos. Nos acompañará el doctor Antoni Serrano, que él es director de la Red de Salud Mental y... Sorry. He's the director of the Mental Health Network at Parc Sanitari Sant Joan de Déu, and he's also the PI of the Prisma group. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Iris. Thank you all for being here. My name is Tony Serrano. I'm going to present the Econos Health database. It's a database of healthcare tariff and cost. Our main objective is to make life easy for those who study the stability and the possibility to continue with our health system. As it's known, for the last 20 years, the annual expenditure of healthcare is increasing more than 6%, and the gross domestic product is increasing less than 3%. So there is a high pressure on the health sector to be sufficient for the system, for the economic system. As you can see, more than 2 million papers has been published doing health economics, trying to be more effective for our system, and this is increasing for the last years, and all of them need one ingredient, it's the healthcare cost. You have to use this for calculate all the others. If you don't have this, it's impossible to calculate results. But there is a problem. In Spain, data are published fragmentarily. There are different concepts for the same product. There's no periodicity where the tariff is published. So we've got 1 million official pages per year published with healthcare costs, which is an amount of 8,000 costs published annually. So it's a lot of time to find these concepts, and there is a lot of time to make this kind of studies. So time is money, and when you have money, you can spend less time. So that's our solution. We have built Econos. Econos is a healthcare database that contains more than 75,000 healthcare costs in Spain. From 2017 until now, we have collected all the costs and put in a database that you can easily search and have the number, have the tariff, and put it in your studies. This process is transparent. add at the health tariffs, we add the official information. You can go to the first PDF that is published in the web, and you can look at what is published. And in our database, you can customize your search to make it easy for you if you have to make the same search several times, and probably 1 year to another year and the next year. So we offer, of course, a data query. You can look at whatever you need. You can download this data. You can save this search, so you can just program what the typical search could be for you and then program for each year. And I can read. You can save the searches, and you can have the history of the value. As an example, you've been looking for a tariff in 2007, so you can look what happens with these special tariffs 2008, 2009, so you can have the history of this value. We can create dummy tables for researchers, for the industry, and we can report. We can have some reports from those variables, and also we offer online support, and also as a special tariff, Zoom or telephone support for those who use the database. There are more than 3,000 possible customers in Spain for research institutions, hospitals, and of course the pharmaceutical industry, or regulatory agencies, or NGOs, or research groups as our. There is a table comparing the usefulness of the two more similar comparators. eSalud is a database that is private. This is the cost. You cannot save the query, so you have always put the variables that you need, and there is no transparency from where is the cost. I used to be a user of eSalud, but I found out that when I tried to know where is the origin of that data, I couldn't find that using their database. So we offer that as a way to increase the transparency and also the truthfulness for the researcher that this is the specific value that you have to use in your study. REC is a result of a network that they study costs for several hospitals. This does not include costs for primary care. This does not include costs for drugs. We include costs for primary care and for drugs and for social services as well. And as it is free, you can use it, but there is no data for the last years. Well, our business model is by subscription. We have a basic tariff, a basic subscription plan. We can let you download 50 parameters, but you cannot save your searches, and you don't have support. The next, which could be the standard, you can find for prices for the last 2 years. You have unlimited downloads, and you can save 20 searches, but you cannot have support online or by Zoom or by telephone. And the premium tariff, it's you have unlimited access to the database, and you have also support by our researchers. These are the different variables that you have in the different tariffs. For the basic subscription, you can search for the information and download it. And you can have, for the standard subscription, you can save the searches and have online support. And for the premium, you can create your dummy tables, you can have online support, you can save your queries, and you can have access to the whole history of the data to track the changes. Sometimes data are not published, so as a research group, we go to the, I don't know the name in English, I'm sorry, the IPC, LIPC, right? And then actualize this tariff, so, and we can offer three kinds of different IPCs, the Spanish one, the community one, and the health one. So as a researcher, you can choose what is best for your project. In 2023, we opened this database to the fever researchers. Tavira is a network in Spain which has more than 500 groups. This is free for them because most of the money that we receive for constructing that database, it was from Tavira, so it's open to them. And we are now running on data harmonization to help the researchers to find the best way to find the data. We are validating the subscription packages, and we are developing a payment platform, and we're aiming to go to the market next year. We are 5 researchers that have more than 20 years doing research in health economics, and Maria and Ignacio are 2 also very talented and with a very long history in doing health economic research. Mercedes is a postdoctoral researcher from Tavira, and she's also working on that, and Sandra is our staff member that collects and goes to the website and collects all the data and copy that and construct the database. Our budget now is around 100,000 euros, and we are aiming to collect 2,500 euros for building our spin-off and for internationalize this database. We now only have data from Spain, but we are opening to other countries. We are now conducting a study in Ecuador, in Colombia, and in Chile, so we have data from those countries. And this Monday, I have a meeting with Christian Maza, who is the president of La Patronal. I'm sorry, but I don't know that name in English. La Patronal of private hospitals in Central and South America. So these are a really big contact. We were talking about sharing knowledge and opening this database to them. And we also have a contact with a company. I can't say you the name because we have seen the contract yet, but we have a contact with one company that wants to open this database to the world. So all researchers or all the pharmaceutical industry from all over the world can access to that data when they have to put some research in the Spanish market. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and now we go back to the questions. So raise your hand.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations for your project. I have a question. How do you check the quality of the data, and how do you check the bias of the data? And do you have any access to unpublished data? Because this is more important sometimes than the published data also.
Our main source is the published data by the local governments. So Generalitat de Catalunya, País Vasco, and so on. They always publish the data. You don't know when, but they always publish the data. So that's our official tariffs. And then, if not, we can go and search online to that data.
Antoni, congratulations.
Thank you.
I love this project. I have just a couple of questions about the business model, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you have the potentiality to arrive to any single healthcare startup in this world, right? But you are deciding not to go there.
Yeah.
Why always subscription models to intermediates and not a one-time payment per report generation, right? And also, you have also the potentiality to include tools, mathematical tools, to create reports on health economics. Have you planned that features? And the last one.
Okay, 3 questions. Perfect.
I love this project.
That's efficiency.
Yeah. And why are you letting the data to be downloaded? You can be copied. You have the sources in your Excel sheets, XLR, CSV, whatever. I would think about that.
Yeah, thank you very much for your questions, and thank you for your suggestions. Of course, we were thinking about one-time subscription, but we haven't put that on the market because it's a little bit tricky. Probably, those who are going to use first our database are institutions, research groups with one subscription for all, with the same, with the same code, with the same password. That's why we don't think yet to the, single subscription. But thank you. We will think about that. The second question was. Yeah. Well, we've been thinking about developing with artificial intelligence to search to the website and download the data. But due to the need for check the data, for check that this parameter is related with that cost and that cost that can be downloaded in our data, we'd like to check it first personally. At least this is a person who downloaded the data and look that this is comprehensible, because there are some kinds of words that is written that is quite tricky, so you have to go to the base and look at that this is the really correct word. For example, the difference between the first gynecologic visit in Catalonia and in Andalusia is 5 times the price. And we are surprised by that. So we call them, we've got colleagues in Andalusia, so we call them, what's that difference? And they told us that the first gynecological visit in Andalusia includes the nurse and the analytics, but not in Catalonia. So we have to check about this and then improve the quality of the data. If not, what I saw in eSalud, it was they calculate the mean, and that's the value, and that's not true in our case. So we, as a researcher, would like expertise, and so we'd like to have the more accurate data. So that's why we're doing that. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question.
Sorry, Aki, sorry.
Antoni, thanks for your presentation. Really important issue you're trying to solve. So from what I understand, your sources are different healthcare administrations, but sometimes I imagine the concepts that they publish are different. So the difficulty is to unify the information and homogenize what is the usefulness of going outside of Spain to, you said Ecuador and Chile and some other countries? The cost structures are completely different in those countries. Are those separate databases, or are they for the same database?
They use different databases, and we are in that countries because we are in a project that needs that data. Okay. So we at the beginning we do not try to go outside Spain, but as the experience is that we have to go to that because we are in a European project that works with their health systems in these 3 countries. We are inside their payment structure, and so we have to calculate some things, and so we begin to collect that. And for my other job, because I am a director of a mental health research assistance network, I have contacts with other, people that works in the health sector, like Christian Maza. So I asked him, please, could you mind to help me with that? And she said, okay, I'm very interested in that, so let's work a little bit. So that's we are jumping to the other part of the Atlantic. Probably the best or the more simple thing to do is going to Italy or France, which are closer and they are Europe. But you have to take opportunities when they come.
Yeah, that was going to be my other question. So this technology can be applied to other languages, other countries, the same technology for grouping the information. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And by harmonization, you can find the correct word, what is an international, vocabulary, and you can put the correct word in the harmonized database, and then the price. And then, as we like transparency, you can go to the base of that value and then see the Catalan paper or the Spanish paper, and then see what's the concept, what's the cost, and what's the calculation.
Great, thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, there was a question over there.
Tony, hi. I wanted to ask about the AI, and how do you think that you will implement AI technology on your product? I think it's like it could be very useful, but I was just wondering how do you envision this application?
Yeah, there are several parts of the project that could be helped by AI. The first is to search the values. Just have an algorithm that goes to the web and check if there is something new, not only for the official tariffs, but also for the grey literature or for published papers that they show which are the unit costs. The second one is to help the user to find the values. So just put hospitals or something like that, and that algorithm could check our database, because 7 or 75,000 values, there are a lot of values. So it's quite a little bit time to check that you can find whatever you like. And I can imagine another things, but sure that when we are going to use that, probably in the future we can.
Search stage,
yeah,
where you can reduce a lot of costs. Have you tested, and what are you experimenting on the results on the search process powered by AI?
No, we haven't done that yet. Yeah, that's the near future. Yeah, we talked with I think it's called Fonventa, which is the company that is developing our software, and that costs a lot of money. So Fiverr is helping us, but not with such amount of money. That's we are going for searching for more money. Thank you.
Is there another question? No? Okay, well, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Tony. So we move on to our last project presentation of today. Now it's a turn for Evimatic, which is a project that was born within Universitat de Girona, and this project is led by Dr. Xavier Castells. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
So, excuse me, do I have a laser point?
I think when you push this, it should, no?
It should, but it doesn't.
Aquest és endavant i aquest endarrere. No.
There is another laser point. Okay. Thank you very much for coming. My name is Xavier Castells, and I come from the University of Girona, and I will be presenting for you the project Evimatic, whose goal is, I'm not sure. Supposed to be this?
No. Oh. No. Yeah.
Okay. Whose goal is to achieve that all clinical decisions are optimal. And we are seeking this goal, this ambitious goal, because in reality, many clinical decisions are suboptimal, are not the best for the patient. So why does this happen? I mean, clinicians are not cynical, patients want to receive the best treatment, so why decisions are suboptimal? And the main reason is because the number of scientific publications is increasing exponentially. So no clinician can be updated suitably. So what instruments do clinicians have to stay updated? They have books, and fundamentally they have clinical practice guidelines that are instruments that summarize the scientific information, and they transform scientific information into clinical recommendations. However, these instruments have several limitations, like they are outdated, they are by nature centralized, and they provide ambiguous recommendations. I mean, they are so general that cannot be applied to specific patients. In consequence, 70% of clinical recommendations are not met, are not followed, and that has important clinical consequences, like the one shown here is an increase in mortality in patients with cancer. However, we want to improve all clinical decisions, but we have this huge dream, but we will start with a small project that is to improve clinical decision-making in the therapeutics of ADHD. We have chosen this disease because it's very prevalent, and it has lots of repercussions, lots of clinical consequences, like increased incidence of emergency room visits, drug addiction, academic failure, family problems, and it has been shown that the cost of this disease in Spain is about $4,000 per patient a year, and these costs can range between 700 to 15,000 depending on the patient. There is another important thing is that in Spain these patients are commonly visited in the private practice, so they can be early adopters of our technology. The solution is, considering that, or given that all information is nowadays in a digital format and the process for making clinical recommendations follows a standardized heuristics, the combination of digitalization and standardization gives the opportunity of AI to leverage all this information and generate clinical recommendations automatically, but in a different way. The recommendations will be updated, personalized, participatory, and explanatory, and will be conducted in the clinical office. What's the market size? We will start with the ADHD market, and we have calculated that this market has a TAM of 40 million, but this is just the starting point. We will expand to all mental health problems and then to all healthcare problems. Bottom-up approach shows that Evimatic, this solution stays in the intersection of two big markets, the medical decision super systems market and the ADHD treatment one. What are our competitors? Our competition is fundamentally clinical practice guidelines, books, therapeutic reports, electronic books, and AI like ChatGPT. However, only Evimatic generates clinical recommendations that are automated, updated, participatory, explanatory, and trustworthy. And more importantly, we change the user experience with the clinical recommendations formulation. Instead of being passive, the clinician and the patient is proactive, so they are not alienated with the recommendations. The recommendations are their recommendations, so the user experience becomes fun and amusing. The product is a medical decision support system, and it works in two phases. The first phase, the clinician makes the clinical query. I show you here an example. The clinical query is a standardized question. What is the best treatment for the patient with ADHD and this comorbidity, considering that we want to achieve this and this and this goal? Given this question, what clinical guidelines say, okay, the best treatment is this. The Spanish guidelines says is this, and this is all pharmacological treatments available in Spain. So it doesn't help to individualize the treatment for that patient. In contrast, we provide a solution, an answer with two layers. The first layer on the left, it shows all the treatments, pharmacological or non-pharmacological, that have been investigated for that patient. And in green, it shows those treatments that have a good risk-benefit relationship. The second layer is shown once the clinician clicks on the intervention, and it shows a full therapeutic report using the standardized data that are shown in clinical guidelines. We will not end in ADHD. We will expand the system to other diseases. We will introduce new features. So it's a great opportunity to invest in this project because the growth potential is massive. How we are going to acquire customers? First of all, our initial targeted customers are private clinical practices in Spain, and we will reach them through direct sales, internet, and scientific societies, which will act as VAR. Our business model is a SaaS B2B, and our revenue model, we will study several revenue models. We will start with a subscription revenue model with an initial free period, but we will also study other possibilities like freemium, tiered, or pay-per-use. This is the team. The team is comprised by 7 members. Here you can find our curricula and our roles. We are clinicians. We are also technicians, IT engineers. Most of us have a PhD, and one of our members has set up a spin-off that was funded 10 years ago and is still ongoing. Our current situation is that we have demonstrated problem-solution fit. We have obtained 2 quality seals by ITEMAS. We are going to launch the MMP next week. 2 companies and 4 scientific societies have expressed their interest in using our technology, and we plan to set up the spin-off by the end of the year. What are our financials? We have been funded with 3 pre-seed grants, public competitive grants, and we have calculated that for the next phase, whose goal is to study the willingness to pay, we need 115,000 euros. Most of this budget will be provided by the members of the team, but we also trust in bootstrapping and friends, families, and fools, and we need 15,000 euros to complete this investment. And if there is anyone interested in the room, I'm open for questions and showing a demo afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Xavier.
Thank you.
So now we go to the questions. The jury or outside of the jury?
The jury has a question, I see.
Xavier, amazing presentation.
Thank you.
You got, my attention since the very beginning, although it was like super ambitious, but clear mission. To be brief, it's like you want to change the medical community, the clinical community, how they are educated, no? So that is a massive barrier to destroy, let's say, no? So my question is, who in your team is a KOL in that specific field, no? In ADHD, to help you, let's say, surpass that barrier clearly? So you need strong clinicians there to support you. That's the first question, no? How you plan to do this. And the second is, how you will create trustability in your platform.
Okay. I think that we need 2 kinds of KOL. First of all, we need KOL on medical decision-making, which is a cross-sectional competence and is grounded on statistics and clinical research. And we have that expertise on the team. And then we need vertical KOLs on ADHD, schizophrenia. Now, we are working with KOL, but they are not still members of the team. We need over 100K euros to start, and we are going to invest some of this money. If you want, I can show you the data. Some of this money on recruiting KOL on ADHD, but definitely on the team. We have a lot of expertise on evidence-based medicine on ADHD, but we are not experts on the clinical management of patients with ADHD. The second question is, how can we demonstrate that we are trustworthy? First of all, we have conducted an in silico study that has already been published, and we have conducted 2 clinical trials that are going to be published, I guess, within 3-6 months. So I mean that by doing research with our method I think that we are generating trustworthiness. Thank you. And anyone, so, I mean, we apply the evidence-based medicine method. So anyone can double check if by doing an ad hoc review of the field gets the same results of us. So the data, the scientific data are available. So if you make the following question, what is the best treatment for ADHD patients with comorbid depression who wants to achieve a reduction in symptoms, you can carry out the study ad hoc by looking all the scientific information, do the meta-analysis, and you can double check if the results is the same or is very different. We are quite confident that we have very good results and that they overlap, they match an ad hoc review of the topic.
More questions? Yep, over there. Thank you, Gemma.
Thank you. Can you explain a little bit the technology behind? Because it looks quite complex, what you are trying to achieve.
Okay. The technology, I mean, you have to understand how clinical guidelines are developed. So you start with a clinical question that has a standardized structure. What is the patient? What is the intervention you are interested in? And what is the goal? Okay? So we have a database of clinical studies with all this information of all studies. This is one element of the technology. And the second element is the reasoning component of the system. The reasoning in clinical guidelines development is a standardized reasoning. So you have to extract the information, summarize it using meta-analysis, and then interpret this quantitative and qualitative results, make risk-benefit analysis, and then, according to this analysis, you recommend or do not recommend to use this intervention. So what we have done is to automatize all this process using an expert system. So this expert system provides us with a common sense reasoning. And this is the stem of the system. Over this system, then you can add AI features, machine learning tools that can optimize the clinical question. But the stem is an expert system that reproduces the way clinical practice guidelines are developed. So from a technological point of view, there are two perspectives. Those who consider that AI needs to be fundamentally a learning tool, and those who do not, they don't want AI to be just a learner, they want some innate reasoning. Our bet is for the second approach. There is an innate reasoning which reproduces the human reasoning for medical decision making, but in addition to that, on the top of that, there is a learning system that can improve, can optimize the basic structure of reasoning. I don't know if I made you more clear how the system works. Okay, thank you. If you want, I can provide you with the publication where the system, the full details of the reasoning system is explained.
You have to push the...
Now? Yeah.
Thank you.
I would like, for the future or near future, how do you cope with the borderline, with the thin line between being a recommendation and being a clinical decision, a medical device, let's say? How do you cope with that?
I mean, I don't see really the conflict. I mean, as an information system, what we want to do is to disrupt, to improve clinical practice guidelines. I think that these are very interesting instruments, but they are obsolete. They are analogical, they get outdated, and the recommendations are good, but have difficulty in being applied to concrete patients. So we do better, we make better treatment recommendations for subgroup of patients. As a medical device, it means to move from subgroup of patients to specific patients. And to achieve that goal, to assist in the medical decision making for that specific patient, we can complement the Evimatic tool with personal data and with the tracking of the treatment outcomes. If we track the treatment outcomes, then we can provide feedback to the clinician on how to improve, how to change the treatment in order to make it more efficacious and safe. So, I mean, I don't see the incompatibility. I think that there are two layers of the therapeutics. One process is selecting the treatment, and the second process is optimizing, monitoring, and changing the treatment. I mean, there are two complementary steps in the therapeutic process. First of all, we have started with the treatment selection.
You see that maybe in the near future you will go to the medical device regulation.
That's our goal. We started the project on 2018. We were too ambitious. We started by developing a medical device, and then we crashed with reality. It was very difficult to develop and to market a medical device. So in 2023, we pivoted. We changed our mind. Okay, what can be used immediately of the technology we have developed? And then we decided to use the algorithm that generates treatment recommendations and to change the medical device into an information device. With this, we want to just generate the first market data that show that clinicians and patients are interested in this technology, and then with this data go to private investors and say, okay, now let's be more ambitious and develop a full medical device that can assist clinicians and patients in the full therapeutic process, not only the selection stage. Thank you.
One last question, maybe? No? Okay, well, thank you very much, Xavier.
Thank you very much.
So we have had like 4 great project pitches, and now it's time for our jury to go deliberate and decide which projects should be the winners. And in the meantime, here we will have exciting things going on. So now we have a keynote with Francisco Badia. He is partner at Grau Venture Partners, and this company is the manager of FITA funds, which I think a lot of us are familiar with, but maybe it's an opportunity for Francisco to dwell a little bit deeper in this issue. So thank you so much for joining us on the stage. Here you have the, So just an applause for Francisco to welcome him. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very humble here because we are not experts in health, so I told them that we are not experts in health. I'll explain how the Funds FITA is going to work and where we are going to invest, what we are looking for, and then we may talk about some things we have invested with our previous fund in health and related things which are not here. So the first thing is in what we plan to invest. Well, the bad news is health is not really our focus, but we are doing some investments in medtech, in diagnosis, in prevention, in monitoring. So for example, we have done some investments in things similar to what you, and that's where we don't invest in pharma, we invest in medtech, and normally we invest with other people when we are talking about health. We are a team mainly, we'll see later, mainly of engineers, and we think there is a domain of expertise in health that has to be complemented. But we have done some investments, and we know the market, so we have done some investments in robotics applied to rehabilitations, and we see a lot of potential there. We have done some investments in gaming applied to treatment of especially health issues. So we have recently made an investment in a company that's treating ADHD with serious games. But as myself, I've been using serious gaming to treat dyslexia for one of my kids, and it worked really well. So I think there's a lot of potential there of using serious gamings or things for mental health, so that people are treated. We also are looking to some tools that use, I'm mainly thinking on mental health, then we can talk about other things. Artificial intelligence for example, surgery planning or diagnosis. Yeah, so that's mainly what we have done and how we see these things, or mainly artificial intelligence. And in mental, yeah, some medical devices that could analyze some things, but we have not done anything yet on this. Okay, so how we plan to deploy the capital? So our idea is we are quite interested, so I don't know, maybe it's later, but I'll tell it to you. So our purpose as managers is to try, it's on the website, and it's as a management, as a VC, is in our case is to shape better founders. Shape better founders, and with them create wealth and jobs. That's our purpose. I don't know who here that presented was talking about the purpose. I think it's very important when you are doing things to know why you are doing things. And if you are starting up a company, which is something complex, I think it's very important to have something very clear in mind why you are making your life more complex and complicated. So in our case, our purpose is to help people that are on the academia jump. So people that have done a PhD or a postdoc or something. Now I'm joking, and I'm doing a lot of presentations. I'm joking. I'm saying that we are investing in people that have a 40s or 50s or 60s crisis, that are in a situation in their lives that they have done a lot of papers, a lot of things, and now suddenly they realize something is missing in my life. I want my research to serve to the society, to improve people's health, and I'm ready to complicate my life. So we want to have as much impact as possible there, and for doing this you have to go very early, at the very early stages, which is complicated because people say, oh, why do you want to do so many investments? So we want to do so many investments, which is complex as a management entity, because we want to have an impact and because we want to go where nobody is investing. On the other side, you have to have enough money to support companies in the future, and in order to give a return to our investors, to be able to concentrate your risk in those that are better performing. So that's why we are proposing this progressive deployment of capital. So as I explained, normally we have been in the past with the other investments we have done, and we plan to continue being this. Normally we are the first investors, and usually we are the late investors. When we started doing tech transfer investment, we thought that we would be the only investor, and we were quite surprised and proud, I would say, to see that I would say maybe 80% of the companies in which we have invested, we have done 13 investments, 13 investments at the time. About 80% we have been co-investing with other investors. And it's good. It means that we are choosing the right companies, but also that we are creating confidence to other investors. No? For example, before coming here, I had a phone call with a Danish VC fund that is joining us in an investment in a company doing diagnosis with sensor cancer diagnosis, using some sensors, a digital nose, and then artificial intelligence treatment. And they joined because we did the first step. We spent a lot of time. Sometimes founders are not very reasonable on their expectations, so you have to spend a lot of time. Sometimes cap tables are a disaster. You have to help solve cap tables. And then at the end, people are happy and join us. No? So that's also part of our job and our purpose. No? So which would be the requirements here so that we invest in a company? No? So first thing is the team. So we are really focused on teams and helping teams transition from academia to entrepreneurship. It's not that difficult, but it's not that easy at the same time. No? I mean, if you are an engineer or a doctor, well, I have not seen many medical doctors starting up, but it's not that complex. I mean, you have just to follow. You have to change your mindset. But you have to see if this is what's. I wrote a book very long time ago and say called Meaningful Entrepreneurship. You have to do a research, kind of mental research, psychological research within yourself. Is this something that's meaningful to my life? Because it's going to be hard, and it's going to be difficult. And the most likely output is that you close the company. So better do something that's meaningful to your life, that makes you happy, and that has an emotional return, because it's not clear that there is an economical return. No? And also, if you are passionate, you are doing something that resonates intimately with yourself, the chances that your company performs well are much higher. Okay, and then, of course, we are looking people able to execute and help them and so on. No? Then we need a market that's relevant. So if there is not a market, a lot of VCs just invest in companies that may become unicorns. Because if you have a relatively big fund and you're investing 5 million or 10 million into a company, you need an exit of between 100 and 1 billion to be able to recover your investment. In our case, we are not that ambitious, so we are ready to support companies that may be selling a few tens of millions of euros, but we need this at least a market that's a company that we think that reasonably can sell 10 million euros, because otherwise there's no payback on the funding, and better go for grants and stay on the academia, which is a very perfect out, or just bootstrap. But you'll not have a payout on the money that you are burning. No? Then, of course, you need a competitive advantage, which if you are coming out from academia, it's logical, and on health issues it's even bigger. So you need a strong IP that creates big barriers. Otherwise, people will not buy your company, they will just copy you. And you are not interested in creating a company that later on is destroyed because someone just copies you. And we are not interested in investing in a company that later on will close because the big player is just copying what you are doing. No? So we need a strong IP, no? And that creates a competitive. Normally, it's a strong IP what creates a competitive advantage. We need a plan. So what are we going to do? Which are the next steps? Normally, before investing, we spend a lot of time. We invest in companies that we have been following up for 1 year, 2 years. We know the founders. We are following them. They are thinking about jumping to create the spin-off or not. Well, we really focus on setting up. If we are a relevant investor, sometimes we are not the relevant investor, we are just followers. In this case, we let the lead. We are pragmatic. We have a pragmatic approach to investing also and to life. But if we are the lead ones and we can help people, we like to set up OKRs. It's a methodology that's coming out from Intel. that later developed John Doerr. That's one of the partners of the founding partners at Kleiner Perkins. That's one of the biggest VCs in the world. So she said, he's proposing a methodology. OKRs comes from objectives and key results. So when you are developing, it's good to have clear in mind which are your main goals, what you have to achieve, and where you have to be focused, and which results will correlate with achieving these goals. No? And this is very good because it aligns. We normally like to follow up every month the companies in which we invest to see how they are performing, and it creates a kind of path to what you have to do. No? In the case of health, it's clear that we need a clear regulatory path. It's not our main domain of expertise, but we have to see it clear that you know what are you going to do, which are the next steps, which are the costs, which are the outputs. It also creates, some of you may think, oh, why people ask for a business plan if nobody adheres to business plans? No, but having a business plan is important because it gives you feedback on how you are reasoning. So if I am evaluating, or we are evaluating if you are able to execute, I'm interested to see how you are thinking and if your thinking is coherent, because it gives me information on whether you'll be able to execute or not. So it's, of course, you don't know exactly, but all the details, but you have to come back and find what's going on. No? And if it's something clinical, we need a minimal evidence that this is going to work. It's not that we are not so, we are first, as I explained you, we are not experts in health. Our approach is more holistic to tech transfer. We are experts in tech transfer, and we have more knowledge in sustainability, in energy, or in deep tech, in quantum, or other strange things. No? But we know something. But you have to have a clear path, and we cannot just jump because you say, okay, it's going to improve this is going to improve things. You have to have done something within your research that gives a minimum evidence that this will work. No? Okay, well, I'll not bother you with the team. We are mainly, as I explained, we are mainly a team of entrepreneurs. As I'm explaining now, I'm the silly one. My partners are the good ones. All of them have created things that have sales in excess of 100 million euros. And we are quite complementary. So Maria Jose, she's very good at operations, Marc at products. So in fact, she has done through all the path from doing his PhD, creating a company, selling the company, working with a big company, scaling up his technology to access the market, buying other companies within this company, always from a product perspective. Ignacio, he's someone from marketing, so he co-founded Trapalo 20-something years ago, and he has been the marketing manager. And myself, I've been involved in startup companies since the year 2000, and involved in different things, in M&A, and advising other VCs and investing quite a lot. I may have done some 20 or 30 investments and about 7 exits, which quite good results. Yeah, so that's what we do. We are proposing some things which are quite innovative, which are not in place. So FitaFund will be ready by September, and I think this pre-investment will be ready, I don't know, because it's something that has some regulatory issues that have to be solved, and we have to solve it do some tests with some institutions. But the idea here is not the investment, that's not the relevant thing, is to go pre-incorporation and try to create, well, the objective is, this is the idea, no? The idea would be to create a kind of fast track to spin-off incorporation, kind of agreeing with the research center or the university in advance, okay, so we have a pack, That's the tech transfer agreement, that's the shareholders agreement we are going to take to put in place. This would be more or less the cap table, or maybe we have to discuss further on. But at least we already, when we enter the discussion, we have a framework. It's so to speed up things, and the idea is to start working with some of the biggest institutions to create this framework. We have not yet had the time to go more in detail, and then look for these things. No? So try to help. Our idea is try to help the people to first train them. So you have been doing research and you are going for business. So we have to train you to have this knowledge. We have to support you with startup coaching in order to gain in a strategical clarity. And then we want also to support people personally. So to put a personal coach to see, okay, is this what I have to do? Because if creating a company is not what you have to do, better not do it. It's better for you, you'll be happier, it will save money, and maybe if the technology is so good, we can find someone else that can take your place. But it's something that you have to be honest, and that it's a job that you have to do. Well, we think this really correlates to performance. And I had a meeting yesterday with one big corporate that was discussing our figures, which are very good in returns as an investor. And then he said, okay, but your track record in tech transfer, so when you are talking about track record, it's companies in which you have invested and you have divested, no? And then later I thought, okay, but I have enough companies that I have done through all the thing, and I can demonstrate that how they perform. And so I've done the exercise, and then I looked to what was different. So and then I realized that these companies outperformed, even if the performance of the portfolio was very good, these companies outperformed the other ones. So in TVPIs of 10, which is crazy. And then I had a look and said, okay, what was specific of these companies in which in this case I as business angel invested? And the thing that was specific is that we were in touch with them for a long time, and that we helped them realize if what they were doing was meaningful to their lives. And we invested in people doing things which were meaningful for them. And this correlated to return. So and we will keep on doing this. No? And we think also the people in which we invest have to do this. No? Of course, it depends. Sometimes you will need some money to pay for the patent. Sometimes you will need some help for market assessment. So well, it will depend. No? The outputs that we would expect after this process is, okay, a purpose. I'm sorry I'm so repetitive with purpose, but I think it's very important. Also, if you want to have an impact in society, which is important for us, a planning on what you want to do, financial plan, market assessment, OKRs, well, these are the things. And I think I already talked too much, and maybe you have some questions, or not. Maybe I can come back to it. I think this one is the important one if you are trying to create a company.
Don't be shy. I know it's a tough hour, but thank you.
Thank you. So interesting to speak with you privately. But talking about the evidence, well, in science, sometimes it's complicated to speak about directly related evidence with the cause and the effect and the correlations. So I just want to say, when you speak about evidence, I guess you speak about the traction or metrics, but in which point of the developed product do you invest? Like in early stage, do you need to see like an MVP, prototype? Can you, what do you think about all the evidence that is in the research that can validate that this is a good solution for the problem that you are targeting?
I'd say normally we would be investing in TRLs 4, 5 or higher, but this is not the relevant thing. So this is not our thinking. So we could be investing in someone that's in TRL 1. So in fact, we have been looking to things which were in TRL 1, but then it means that the opportunity is huge. So for example, it's not related to you, but we really looked at an opportunity to invest, well, and in fact we presented the term sheet, and to invest in a company that was going to revolutionize the way in which microchips foundries. So they were working with the helium wave instead of light waves, no? But that's a complete change of paradigm. So they were in TRL 1, but we had a look. We even presented the term sheet, and what could be more surprising to you is that we were expelled from this deal because an American fund put 10 million on the table and said that he wanted the full round. No? So everybody is focused on TRL. I think you have to focus more on how much capital do you need and what's the output. So if you have something that's a 10 million opportunity, which is the minimum, and so it means that you will be able to absorb reasonably less than maybe $500,000 in capital, because we have to leave a lot. So normally a VC expects to multiply by 10 times, because the chances of the company closing is 60%. So if you don't do 10 times, you are not giving, maybe you are not even giving back the money you have got. So if we are multiplying by 10, so you are selling the company at 10 million, means that our post-money can be 1 million. If we invest a few hundred thousands, we are taking a big chunk of the company, which is not healthy. So it means if you can only absorb these amounts of money, then you have to be in TRL 9 directly. You have to be going to the market, no? In this case. And then there's the other extreme. Sorry. The other side, no? This example I explained you about this company. So the company that the most, I think, is the second most valuable company in Europe. It's SPL. That's the company doing the machines for silicon foundries to produce chips, and it's valued at 300 billion, I think. So, you know, there's a lot of room there to put capital and to continue evolving, and it's going to take a lot of time, but there's room, and there will be people ready to found it. So, I'm sorry, that's not the typical answer, but normally I don't give typical answers to questions. That's the pragmatic question, the answer to the question.
It's great. It made me think a lot. Thank you.
There was another question.
Hello, Francisco. Two questions related. One second, yeah. So in the meantime, I was checking your website just to understand your investment thesis. And I believe you are only focusing on spin-offs, right?
Yes.
Well, I mean, my first question was if you were open to other things, startups that maybe they have a relation with universities, but are not directly related with the, like coming from the university. Okay, you can answer. Well, you can answer this later. And the second is you explained that you were in contact, like with the startup or the idea, the project, the team, like together with 1 year and something. Do you put yourself, let's say, any internals, OKRs, or KPIs, metrics, or whatever that you say, okay, there is a product market fit, some traction, or growing the TRL, these kind of things? Or how do you measure this year, let's say, or how you go challenge? Or I don't know, you have any recommendations?
Yeah, So, for example, if we were investing in software as a service and we were a company only investing in software as a service, it would be very clear, no? So what's your CAC, what's your lifetime value, how many customers you have, but we invest in very different things. So we don't have a clear criteria on how things have to evolve, no? So we mainly look at, okay, what's your planning? Are you following the plan? Is it reasonable? So every company has I call it a paradise, no? That it's trying to achieve. So if everything goes very well, we will be there. So I don't know, we will be the leaders defining how clinicians have to treat ADHD people, and everybody will use it. Okay, what do you have to do to achieve this? So are you on the pathway to achieve this? It's also a question of building the relationship. So, okay, you are in the academia, how you are evolving, you are doing what you said, you are still motivated, you are going through hard times, but you still keep on there. Yeah, it's mainly this. Also, normally it's someone that we have been in startup coaching, and we said, okay, we like this guy has something that has a market that looks interesting. And we like the people. And then we are there so that they really decide to jump. It's more this than, of course, the product has to be evolving, but it depends a lot on every case. Okay. And then to the other question, sorry, I forgot. We invest in companies which are based on IP from research centers or universities. But it doesn't mean that the company is a spin-off, strictly speaking. So it could, but normally, if you are just, well, I just went through and I studied in the university, it's not, I mean, but that's not the case. I mean, normally, to see if this is happening, it means that there is a contract between the company and the research center with IP involved. But life is very rich. But I would say that almost 80% of the companies in which I have invested, there is one or more universities within the cap table. Yes, and all the rest are clear people that came out. In some cases, there's one case which is quite peculiar, in which it was reverse. So it was a team that we really liked, that we encouraged them to look for technologies, and then they find out in Stuttgart the technology that was helpful and was necessary, that they should either develop or license, and then we helped them to license this technology from the university in Stuttgart, and then we invested. So, well, last question.
Hello, thank you. I am a university researcher, and I am on the way of transferring my research and developments in the university via spin-off. And I was wondering, how should we approach private funding? I mean, I am very used to public funding. There is an open call and then a deadline. And it's easy, clear. How should we approach business angels, venture capital? Should we just email a PowerPoint presentation with a pitch deck?
Yeah, the best thing is when we come to things like this, just attack us on the coffee break. You know?
That's it. So should I follow you
and build a relationship? I think the most important thing is build a relationship.
But how? The first step to build a relationship, how can I meet you? In forums like this. In forums like this. So
I'm here. Then contact people through LinkedIn. This could be. I would say most of VCs don't answer.
Oh, no. Not even
because you are so overwhelmed with all the people. So I'll explain you an anecdote. So a colleague, another VC fund, we met at an event. We know for a long time, and he asked me for an introduction to a company from my portfolio. So he was asking me something. Then I realized that I didn't have his email and that we were not connected on LinkedIn. So I connected him through LinkedIn and said, okay, we met the other day, just connect to me and so that I have your email, because I don't know why I don't have it. I know you, but I don't know why we are not connected on LinkedIn. And I think he has not yet accepted me. And he wanted an introduction from me to a company in my portfolio. So just be patient. I think you should try to summarize. So people's time is very short. So you should look, my advice would be, okay, do what one of your colleagues did. Look at the portfolio of these people. Look at the stages in which they have invested. Try to understand what I have in mind. And in a very short sentence, tell me something that's attractive to me so that I want to follow up you. Maybe give me a Calendly or a link so that I can book 15 minutes with you. We don't have to exchange a lot of email. This is a kind of outbound marketing lesson, no? But connect me, give me a link so that I can come back to you, directly come back to you. Probably I'll ask you for if there's something that's shining, and then I'll ask you for a deck, but maybe I just book directly, which would be very good for you, and then you have the opportunity, then you'll have 15 minutes to explain me, and then try to build a relationship. So come back to this person, say, just if you are fundraising, just try to plan your story. I know it's very difficult. We are also fundraising, I'm not following my advice, but I'm telling you what you should do. It's then build up, okay, in the next 6 months, 1 year, what am I going to achieve and what I'm going to communicate. And then just come back to me and say, okay, I told you that we will do this test, and effectively, you already knew that the test will work well and the results will be good and whatever. And then come back to me every 3 months, every 2 months, saying, okay, we have advanced, we have done this, we have done this, we have done this. And like this, you build a relationship. And sometimes, that's not what we should do, but sometimes you just, if you are investing in very early stage, limited amounts of money, you invest in people because you like the way they approach things and you want to help them. And that's not very professional, what I'm saying, but I do it. I'm a sinner and I do it. Okay. Thank you.
So we have one last question. Sorry.
Hola, thanks for your presentation. I want to ask for a suggestion. I am liderating a project, and the university select me to create a spin-off. So they are preparing me, give me mentoring. We are applying for public funding, but I have concern about the percentage that my colleague and me and the university, we have to sign. So if you can give me some suggestion where I can read, what book or what I can read or what. This is the first question. And the second is, how your company, when invests in some project, how establish the percentage? Based on what? Based on the money that you will receive? Based on of what?
Okay. Complex question. Complex and very simple. So for us, it's very, very, very important. And we had the case, I'll explain you an anecdote we had this week. So for us, it's very important that the people managing the company has a very big share of the company. So I think normally the university should have 10%, between 5 and 15. Depends if there are different institutions, if the value creation is a lot, this would be the ideal. scenario. Then you may have a small part from some IPs that are still remaining in the university, and they are going to add value for whatever, because it's the principal researcher or whatever. I don't know, maybe 10, 20, 25. But then 60, 70, 80, 90% should go to the people that are managing the company. Because you are the ones that will make the company grow, you are the ones that will have the incentives to sell the company, you are the ones that when you are not able to pay the salaries, and this is quite likely going to happen, maybe you are going to take money out of your pocket, or you are going to stay a few months not being paid and keeping the company alive. And if you have a 5% stake in the company, you're not going to do this because you're an employee. It's not your son. Yeah? So we want people that we are investing in their sons, in their children. And for this, you need a very big stake. I know that's not very popular, so a lot of people in some research centers think that we are crazy, but it's creating huge problems. Then I think you should book within yourselves something like 30%, I know it's a lot, 30, in case you are not the right people. So it may be that you have to hire a CEO in the future, not now, because we are kind of outliers, but we really don't know what CEOs are doing in companies that have just been incorporated. I have been CEO of companies, I don't really know what you are doing. I mean, you have 3 employees, you are managing a 200,000 euro budget, and you are being paid 70,000, which is 35% of the budget. So I don't really know what CEOs are doing there. But this is not very popular, and there are other VCs and other people that have another approach, and which is very, but it can be that in the future, so I mean, the people of Google, they had Eric Schmidt when Kellner Perkins invested. So maybe, and then you have to motivate Eric Schmidt. It could be the case. Or maybe you don't have the competence, I don't know, in manufacturing or in product chain. So, on supply chain, sorry. So then you need someone to hire someone. This someone has to become a founder. And it would be better that you with your partners say, okay, we will set up aside a big phantom share program in case we have to do it. Maybe you don't have to do it, and then you are not diluted, but at least you agreed that this may happen. Another point, you should be very clear that if someone leaves the company, all the shares go back to the other founder. Because it's very nice to be the founder, have 35% of the company, and stay at home, just waiting for the returns and being paid by somebody else, by the university or whoever, and then you are just suffering, not sleeping in the nights, not knowing if the results are going to be good or bad. So if someone leaves the company, it's very nice, it's okay, it's his life, you should keep being friends, but the shares come back to you. So, and I'm very hard with this, and then we have discussions with these people. So that's regarding cap table. And really, it creates enormous problems. So there's a deal in which we are fighting. I think the company is very good. It's a spin-off from a center. I'm convinced we are the only investor talking to them, and we are asking for 30 points restructuring the cap table, and the deal is blocked because of this. And probably the deal will be broken because of this. And nobody else will invest in the company. No other VC will invest. And the other VCs are not so patient like us. They are not crazy people like me that I am an engineer and a lawyer, and I'm the partner of the fund, and I'm ready to spend my time trying to solve these problems. Normally, people don't waste their time in these things. They just pass the deal and look for something else. So there's an enormous amount of deals in the world. So people say that there are not enough deals, there are enough deals. There is just the willingness to take care of the deals. So that's my opinion. That there will be a lot of different opinions, but that's mine. Then which percentage we take, it depends. I'll explain you how we calculate it. It's very simple, it's very complex, and I think we are the only ones doing this. Because normally people say, okay, CAC, lifetime value, sales 3 times, I want to take this stake. No, We just think very simple. We, as a fund, we have to give this return to our investors. The mortality rate we expect from the companies is this one. Then according to this, the IRR we have to obtain from an investment. I was in BioCat, it was very funny. There was the person doing the speech was saying like 3 people that have been presenting before and said, okay, you are all very nice, your company is going to do very well, but listen, probably 2 of you are going to go bankrupt, so the one remaining has to pay for the other 2. So you have to take into account what's the mortality rate, and then you come back to your IRR. And it's an enormous number, that's 50 to 70%. So then I would look to your company, okay, when you are in the paradise, what can I expect from you, from this company? If this company goes to an IPO, if this company is bought by a corporate, how much money can we get out from this company? And then I have to discount it. And I have to pay lower. Then I come to the percentage. If you are asking, and then it's very simple. If you are asking for so much money that the company cannot bear, then it's either your company is not investable. So if I have to take 50% of the company, either the round is too big, or your company is not ready for VC. So you have to go for a higher TRL where you are now. So you should stay in the university, keep evolving, keep advancing, getting more results in order to be able to come to. But it depends. And then coming back to your question, normally we take between 10 and 20%. So normally a round should be dilutive between 20, 30, 15%, depends. But between 50 and 30, that's something healthy. Also, I have to look on how am I going to be diluted. And then I try to think, okay, is there a healthy pathway? So I think you should not think in terms of valuation. Everybody thinks in terms of valuation, but on healthy pathway. So now someone is entering my company. Will I be able to do reasonably a next round to a double the valuation? We are closing this round, and then being diluted in this range. And if I have to do a next round, again, will I be able to double? If things go well, don't oversell. And then I will come to the point where I can sell the company. Is it healthy? Because a lot of times, another problem you find a lot of times is that people closed a round where the valuation was ridiculous. And then you cannot go back. I mean, so it's if you close a round at a too high valuation at the beginning, then you are going to have problems later on. Because you will have to do a down round, then you are not happy from your emotional perspective, because, so my job has served to nothing. I have not improved. Sorry, you made a mistake at the beginning. It's not that you're not adding value, it's that you made a mistake at the beginning. And now you are selling dreams. People can buy the dreams, but the later you go, you are selling realities. And it's more difficult. And at the end, when you sell the company, normally it's a corporate, they have a board, they don't just give money away, they have clear things. So if I'm paying 100 million euros to buy this company, it's because I'm getting out 200 million euros in cash flow to give back to my shareholders. It's not because I have a fantasy. But maybe if you are Zuckerberg and you are just getting crazy and you own 50% of the company, maybe, but not normally. Okay, thank you.
Well, Thank you so much, Francisco, for this amazing keynote and also for giving us extra time answering all the questions of the audience. That's greatly appreciated. And also, even more, given the short notice that you had with preparing this keynote. So thank you so much once again. So we're coming to an end. Our event is finishing, and now we know who the winners are from the last part of this event, from the 4 pitches that we were seeing just before this amazing speech. And I have been told that the jury has had a really hard time, and it's not like what everyone says all the time when this happens, but like it really happened. So they said that they did not come with a first and a second, but rather that they decided to do like the NARA award and the BHV award because they could not decide which was like the first and the second. And also all the projects were highly evaluated and all had some, at least some or a lot of points, I'm told. So I would like to give a big applause to the 4 projects just for being here, having this brave spirit, and also for trying to become a spin-off, and just to have this recognition that all of the projects have been valued. So just the first applause for the 4 of you. And now I want to ask one representative of the Xarxa TECSAM and one representative of BHV Partners and one representative of NARA Capital to come to the stage. Gemma, we have Josep Maria. No? No? Ah, okay. I thought Josep Maria was the one. Okay, no, Gemma, then come up. No, he doesn't want to come, so. Gemma, go ahead. And also from BHV, I don't know if Albert Mascarell wants to join. You will give the awards to the awarded. Thank you so much. If you want to come, if you want to be there, maybe everyone can see you over there. And I also would like to invite the rest of the jury to be there as well, giving the prize, and to thank you for your time. So Mr. Greg Manning and also Jordi Plaja, if you want to come upstairs and be there for the pictures with the winners, you're also more than welcome. And thank you once again for your time and for the great energy that this jury has given us during the event. So here I have the winners. I will begin with NARA, for example, okay? So the NARA prize is for Econos. So you.
That's a really big surprise for me. I really thought I have not to be here. So thank you very much.
And the BHV award is for Evimatic.
I'm really flattered.
Thank you. So, well, thank you once again to the jury and to all of the participants, the keynote that we had today, also to the team, the TECSAM network team. This couldn't be possible without the joint work of Gemma, of Judith, of Emilio, and the support of Josep Maria, and also a special thanks for Elsa and for Eduard and all the team for being here from the Generalitat, and also to Agaur that was also here, so we are really happy. Also for all the people that came from investors, from the research side, and also from companies and startups, thank you so much for being here. I think we had a great taste of what innovation in mental health is looking nowadays in our area, and also in a broader area like in Spain, and also internationally. In Europe, we are really excited with all of the projects that we are seeing coming to life, and hopefully we will see you again next year in our next edition. Thank you so much.